Hello and welcome back to Assassin Sunday. I'm Ollie, I'm here with Dan. How you doing, Dan?
I'm good. Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Yeah. Tell us in the comments, please. And we're, hopefully, and I say this in full awareness of the famous last wordness of this idea, we're hopefully going to make some headway towards finishing Assassin's Creed Revelations today.
Yes, possibly even finishing it.
Yeah.
I should not have said that. I should not have said that.
I've been saying it in all of the, well, I want to say promotional material, but a tweet and some Discord messages.
Yes. Well, it's more than we did for the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just sort of like, yes, last time we said that of the game. It's ooh, 2 free sessions total of. Now this is the next one will be the last one.
And we mean it this time.
Yes. That was because we had unexpected DLC coming in.
Yeah.
Come on. That's easily climbable, Ezio. Yes, you've got an actual mission and a block mission.
I should probably check to see whether all the audio is working and in sync.
I could hear stuff when I checked it.
Where's that?
So did you note any issues?
No, I didn't. Apart from in my distraction, I just killed civilians. But no, I didn't note any issues. No, they're trying to kill the noble here. Yes, we covered the.
Okay.
Let's go to my
You're
suspect.
audible, the game is audible. And I'm
Yeah.
audible. And the
I
sound
didn't realise
appears to
that
be in
we were all-
sync.
Yeah, I didn't realise we were all an Amazon benefit. Audible. But
Oh yeah, audible. Yeah.
terrible.
So it took me ages to get that one because I heard the delayed version on the stream of you saying that.
Terrible padding. Oh, someone needs help.
This stream is sponsored by Audible. No, it's not.
No, it's not. Because let's be honest, if anyone was going to sponsor it, it would be Skillshare. Or
Yeah.
Raid, Shadow Legends. Because those are the ones that seem to sponsor everyone.
Yeah.
And then Raid goes on to say that it doesn't pay for sponsorships, when clearly it does.
The thing is about that, Raid Shadow Legends looks like a game I would like, but I'm never going to play it because of the obnoxious advertising.
You
Yes.
need not be afraid.
Let me repay your kindness with
We
action.
just recruited another assassin
You
who
would have me?
appeared
I
in
will join
the
your
shot when
cause.
we saw her front on to have a katana.
Yeah.
Oh no, the bodies have all gone, but there's 2 axes here. Oh yes, unlike normally whenever we start one of these, the first fight didn't see me lose all my health, nearly.
Oh, we have been followed by Gohan Black 9 and the Tech Robo yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, so Gohan Black, isn't he in superheroes, like Dragon Ball Superheroes, as opposed to Dragon Ball Superheroes?
Possibly.
Yeah,
I mean, like-
I think it's an alternate future Gohan where it's he survived and Trunks and Bulma got killed. He still lost his arm, but
Oh, Mike's here. Big Mickey 91 to say, hey Mike, how are we doing? How are you doing tonight? We're doing good. Thanks for joining us.
yeah,
Do
so
say if you notice any issues with the stream, won't you? We've just checked and everything appears to be, everything seems to be in order, but you never can tell with this stuff.
yes, technology, not our friend.
No. It's an uneasy alliance.
Yes. Is it any wonder why so many like sci-fi dystopias always go with technology evil?
Yeah, it's been a while since I chatted with him. It has been a while, yes. I've not really left the house that much in the last 2 weeks, to be honest.
Most interesting.
Most of that is because, well, God of War Ragnarok had consumed my existence.
Oh, God of War in general had consumed your existence.
Yes, for the last 2 months or so. The thing I love about the last two is how much they retroactively make the previous ones better.
Yes. And Kratos is shouty, but he doesn't feel less dangerous or angry.
Yeah. Although he is a lot more emotionally available in Ragnarok. Eventually.
Yeah. Eventually, yeah. It does admittedly, in the first three, it's sort of like his daughter has died recently, really, in the first. I get the feeling that my quest objective is in the large red area here.
Yeah. I've not been up to much apart from work, to be honest. Oh yes, Ragnarok was amazing. Yeah. Oh, genuine achievement of game development. Bearer of mixed tidings.
Yes. We've discovered where the Templars are. Unfortunately, I just accidentally killed one of your most loyal followers. Because we thought he was betraying you. Also, suddenly it's day now. You want me to get there unnoticed? Well, if you really wanted that, stop putting people in my path. What? Okay.
That is bullshit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, synchronization was don't kill anyone. Fine. Some of these people will die. There's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yeah, we've never been that concerned with 100% synchronization.
Yeah, I just confused don't be seen with don't kill anyone as to which was the actual objective. Ooh, landmark. I think we might have bought this. Ooh, harlots.
After you.
They're helpful. It's not going, ooh, harlots because Ezio. It's, ooh, harlots because they are distracting.
Yeah. But also because Ezio.
Yes. Right, I've lost a couple of harlots.
Oh,
Probably
I listened
not.
to the entirety of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on Audible while raven hunting in Ragnarok.
Yeah. How did you find it?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I could tell it was old because at the beginning of the book, Ford buys 6 pints of bitter with a $5 and says keep the change, and it's not a joke.
Yeah.
And buys 4 packets of peanuts for 26 pence.
I think I've just been spotted.
Yeah.
It takes them a while to decide that yes, that is a desynchronization, but
Yeah. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit now. Oh no. I hope it's not anything too bad.
what lessons did you take away from Hitchhiker's Guide? Always have a towel with you.
Yep, know where your towel is. And,
Yeah.
You know ill will, gentle master.
and that space is big. Really big.
Yes. Face is bigly big.
You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is.
Yeah.
You may think it's a long way to go down to the shops, but that's just peanuts to space.
Do you remember where the viewing room is for the local council office?
No.
In the basement.
Oh yeah.
on the plans in the basement. The view. Anyway, the light
it was
wasn't.
the lights had gone, so had the stairs.
Yes, I eventually found the plans at the bottom of a locked fire cabinet in a disused toilet with a sign on the door saying "Beware of the leopard." There's not a crouch in this, is there? What kind of stealth game does not have a crouch button to hide in conveniently placed grass?
Yeah. You know,
You
it's,
would have thought that Assassin's Creed would have been sort of like the first game to start that.
yeah, you
like
would have
being the
thought
birth of the
that.
trope.
It's only just occurred to me that there isn't a crouch button.
Yeah. Assassin's Creed should genuinely have been the birth of that trope,
Yeah.
not an exception to the rule at this point. Oh, so many people tried to see me. Oh, good. People. I'm in the crowd. Cannot see me. No, no, no. You cannot see me.
You cannot
And
see
I'm just going to
the
touch out
incredibly,
here for a moment.
the incredibly conspicuous hooded man with a crossbow on his back.
Yes, dressed as the as Ezio from the trailer. Not Ezio, Altair from the trailer. Finally, as Ezio. Oh, great, someone can vaguely see me over there. Right, how do I climb up here? This seems to be the way forward. Climby, climby.
Alley-oop.
Now, keep an eye out for guards on the roof. Like that one that I completely and utterly missed. And that one I also completely and utterly missed.
Ow.
You guards on roof! Screen is frozen for our viewers, apparently.
I will... It seems alright from here. I will open Twitch on my browser and see if that is the case.
Yeah, it's doing okay on mine.
Yeah, it might just be on your end then, Mike. Sorry, but there's not much I can do if that is the case.
Oh yeah, hey.
Yeah, it seems to be working for me too.
Come, harlots, I hired you for a reason.
You might,
Nothing to see here, just heavily armoured man walking through, surrounded by harlots and strumpets. Not at all being offensive to the women of the game. Bother. Just walk slowly. It doesn't seem to bother people if I'm walking slowly.
yeah.
Stay on it. Stay on target.
Stay on target. Oh, God help me. I've
Please
just
don't.
discovered Lucas 8 Alert, and it's become kind of a thing.
Yeah. We're so totally boned. Stay on freaking target.
Yeah.
He's got an Egyptian god card. What on earth am I meant to do against the power of an Egyptian god card? Ooh, the Celtic Guardian.
you gave. I don't.
have.
How the bloody hell am I supposed to use a bloody card I don't bloody have?
Yeah.
And even if I did bloody have it, what possible use could the Celtic Guardian be in this situation? Because the fate of the world depends on it, Aibu. What the bloody hell does Aibu mean? I think it's Japanese for gay. I think it means partner. Because that, having watched the original Yu-Gi-Oh series in Japanese, he calls him Aibo, which always says partner in the subtitles.
Yeah. Quickly, because there was one vaguely noticing me. Let's just drop down here.
Also, having watched both, I actually prefer the 4-Kids dub.
God, that's a depressing thing, isn't it?
And I don't think it's nostalgia either. Although there are some like sub-moments that are iconic, like Kaiba blocking the hammer of a handgun with a Blue Eyes card.
Yeah. I don't think it's Blue Eyes, it is a level 5.
No, it's was it Rude Kaiser? It was.
No, it's something that appeared in the deck you could buy, the Kaiba structure deck from the time.
It might have been
But we never
Sword
actually
Stalker.
I've seen the picture, it's not one he actually ever summons.
Ah,
Sword Stalker's, semi-good at the time. Because it has
Oh, yeah,
the
good.
bullshit ability to...
I spammed my Twitter feed with screenshots while I was watching it.
Now, this man does not actually appear to be in the palace as such. At least not in the area I was in. No bother. Another man.
Oh no.
Can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me.
Oh.
Bother, you can see me. I was nearly there.
I wonder what the logistics of just having people killed that are in your way would be with the assassin part.
Yeah, it's just sometimes that attracts too much attention, so I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
That we will see. Actually, let's open the map a sec so I can actually see vaguely what my best route is.
Okay.
For those who are watching and haven't seen it, my map ability to use is awful.
Yeah. They fixed it for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and then unfixed it for Revelations.
Yeah, so I've got to get to the yellow symbol, which is straight up,
Yeah.
and there's no sort of good way that looking at it to actually get there.
Yeah.
So is that a building we can buy?
It would appear so.
If you mark that on, I might just stop by and we'll see if we can buy it.
Okay.
Don't know how much we've actually got. It just sort of go, oh yes, probably not, only a mere 30,000.
Yeah. 30,000 akche, which is... It took us a long time to learn the name of the currency.
Yes, last session was when we learned it.
Yeah.
You, strumpets, come with me. And no, not for the normal thing I would hire this many strumpets for. Because of course there was the whorehouse and 2 that we visited.
You can't hire 2 groups at once. Like,
No,
just,
it will
like,
replace the previous one.
just...
I'm also not seeing where the
Oh,
there
there
it is.
it is.
I was about to say, I'm not seeing where we can buy this place is. Also, strumpets. Hold on a moment, I just need to see if I can buy this.
No,
We're
not quite.
We're 10,000 short, roughly. Oh, well.
Hopefully we'll be able to...
Oh no, we lost our strumpets. And they took out all these guards I didn't realise were right by us.
Well, there's some more.
Yes. Let's hire another group of strumpets.
What's the plan?
I suppose strumpet's nicer than harlot.
Yeah.
Or whore, or woman of ill repute.
We respect sex workers on this show.
Yes.
It's just that Ezio is an aging Italian man in 16th century.
Yes. And if we were calling them by what the game would call them, they would be Romani or Gypsies.
Yeah.
Okay. Now working out which way do I want to go. Well, I've got two people. That might actually just allow me to walk down the middle for a bit. Which is probably about to go horribly wrong now that I've started to do it.
Oh, they took the whole group.
Yes.
Respect.
It's now just watching out for more groups.
Oh, but there are some more.
Yeah, I will join this group for the moment while there was someone vaguely paying attention to me for a second. No! That was the wrong button. I wanted eagle vision, not...
Yeah. Oof. Quick, hire them.
higher ranks trumpets. I also don't think I killed anyone. I just think I randomly shot off badly.
Yeah.
The problem with the aging Italian man.
Yeah. You still there, Mike?
I think he might have just rejoined, or someone's rejoined us. / joined us. Ah, yes. Okay, I've now got to an area where I don't need to... Well, I don't actually need these professionals. Okay, sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, eagle visioning. Yes, that was the button I meant to press. Da-da-da-da. I can only see one person up here. And apparently he could see me. Come on! Fine, murder time.
When in doubt, murder.
At least that guy. At least that guy is being murdered.
I'm playing the Demon's Souls remake, not on stream, but I'm playing it, and my character is called Halberd Joe. His belief is that there is no problem in the world that cannot be solved by the proper application of pole arms.
Yes, that is what Ezio is like sometimes under your command. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by pole arms.
When in doubt, swat it with a halberd.
Yes. So, Ezio is probably more... When in doubt, stab them with a hidden blade.
And yesterday I learned to say Clan via push gwing disco get a Huntrobus Santa Cilia go go go.
Ah yes, longest town in Wales.
Yeah. Did I get it right?
It's, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Clan via push gwing disco get a Huntrobus Santa Cilia go go go. Or Santa Cilia. It's hard to make the two L's sound.
Yes. Not without half a pint of phlegm in your throat, according to Edmund Blackadder, the butler. This might be just about to go wrong, because there's two cards quite close to me, and my control stick's playing up again.
At the worst possible time. Impressive.
Yes. Yes. Oh dear. There they are again. Oh, conveniently placed hay bale. I will just sneak round the back of this. Not actually go into the hay bale, but hide behind it. Oh, no, I go again.
Get in.
I tried to. I can't remember the buttons. That barely worked.
Is it worth assassinating him? No.
No, he's not stabbing at the hay, so he gets to live.
Good.
That's an odd sentence, that one. such as, okay, let's walk in the trap to collect it to rescue the moon.
Yes.
After you.
That was a God of War Ragnarok thing, wasn't it?
Yes, Vermeer, because that's a perfectly normal sentence to say. Yes, I like the two. I like the wolves they had in God of War. Each one had their own sort of personality, it felt like.
Yeah.
I don't know why I hired this group. I didn't particularly need them, but
Better to have and not need than need and not have.
that's when it comes to dating.
There is no way I could do that.
Okay, there's one there,
One
and
there.
there's one. So for the moment, it's turn, 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 hide. Sorry, you die. Because you have caused me to desynchronize twice, so you die. I'm sorry, I don't want to be killing all your guards on the roof, but your guards on the roof keep spotting me.
If
There's also two over there.
if they were a little more incompetent, perhaps they'd get to live.
Yes. Now I just need to replace the bullet. And some throwing knives, apparently. Okay. Is he too far away, or can I lock onto him? He's too far away. That's okay. I can get past him. Oh, for goodness sake, there was a ladder here. Oh, he's coming back this way. Oh no, he's not. He's going down a little bit. But... okay, he's seeing me. You know what? I might just take this ladder a moment. I didn't need to shoot that last one. Well, he'd also spotted me before, so he dies as well. Oh, there's no convenient door. Like, there's a convenient door, but there's no actual getting through it. God damn it, Janet. Or god damn it, Nappa. Oh no, there's someone spotting me. There's a hiding space. There's a hiding space. We call them people.
Oh, I shared that Star Wars meme I made to the Star Wars fans Facebook group where I had Luke calling Ben out on the certain point of view line.
Yes. It's true.
Most people get it.
Yeah.
There are all people say, well, yeah, but technically he wasn't like... No, like, if I went to a party and you made me promise to only have one drink for whatever reason, and that one drink I had was a full bottle of wine, I've still broken that agreement, even though I haven't technically broken that agreement. Because...
Oh, good. I made it.
Because the spirit of what you're saying matters.
Yeah.
Tarek was not traitor, Suleiman. He too was tracking the Byzantines.
What? So did you...
I am sorry.
I only learnt too
God
late.
forgive me. You should not have been so quick to judge.
He was loyal to your grandfather to the end. Through his efforts, we have the means to save your city.
Tariq, you should not have been so secretive. What a terrible way to do a good thing.
That's the entire premise
The
of Better
weapons will
Call
take
Saul.
you to Cappadocia. Can you get me there?
Yes, of course. I will arrange a ship to take you.
Suleiman! Suleiman! I have been set up and made to look a traitor. Do you remember Tarek, the Janissary?
The man you quarreled with?
He has been murdered. It is no secret that he and I were at odds. Now the Janissaries will accuse me of this crime.
This is terrible news, Uncle.
When word gets back to my father, he will banish me from the city. Ah, forgive me, nephew. I was not aware that you had a guest.
This is Marcello, one of my European advisors in Cafe.
Buonasera.
Marcello, my nephew and I have a private matter to discuss.
As I said, there will be a ship waiting for you when you wish to leave.
Grazie, mio principe.
We will track down the perpetrator of this crime, Uncle. Have patience.
Yes, he's just walking away as we speak. I've given you a fake name for him as well. Leave unseen.
Yeah.
Ladies,
Dear, lead the way.
I require dancers. Here, help me get out of here unseen. Let's also take those stairs rather than go back the way we came in.
You'd think, given that he is ostensibly in charge, he'd tell his guards not to, like, worry about you.
Yeah, but that's suspicious then. And it may alert Templars. Come, ladies, we just need to take the stairs and keep taking the stairs. And unfortunately, two of you are going to have some sort of business with these two. I get the feeling this is probably not the direction they wanted me to go in, because that's looking very much like the edge of the map there. Or the mini-map anyway. Ah, no, water. Oh, thank God I landed in water, that could be ended badly.
Yeah. Thank God it was deep enough.
Yeah. Okay, so we got that. So we've now got enough money thanks to a bank deposit to buy the previously looked at building.
Ah.
But we'll probably leave that because we're not going anywhere near it. Ah, fish store. Yeah. Interestingly, we don't buy any store that sells food or anything. Oh no, here's a bank. Might as well collect it from the bank. And repair our equipment, so I'm going to need your assistance.
Okay. Withdraw money.
All your business very
Yes.
well.
Once again, Ezio indulges in the horrible habit of being a landlord.
Yeah.
Or the horrible business. Wouldn't necessarily call it a habit. Sorry, I'm ruining all these spices. For no good reason. Since it's dead. Yeah. And I ruined even more because I jumped on it twice. Okay. Let's see if the... Well, I need to repair the armour and I doubt there's anything else that we can buy there.
Repair armor. Alright.
Yeah.
Yep, we got everything. Weapons. Yep,
Got everything.
Uh-huh.
Small weapons.
all there.
Everything.
Crossbow. Well, there's only one.
Crossbows, only one.
Ammunition. Well, we'll stock up on ammunition.
One bullet and some throwing knives. 3 throwing knives. And of course, I don't really use them, do I? Okay, now I need to go find a book. Going by that seems to be the only exclamation mark on here.
Yep.
Yeah. Unlike you, in the last stream, I don't seem to be getting attacked by the various assassins sent after an assassin.
Yeah.
I'll bother that. However, I am now being attacked by all of these people.
Yeah.
We are behind each tower, but behind them, they are right to fall. Well done. Nothing Carlson, time to leave.
I just prepared my weapons.
This is not on you. They attacked you.
No, the bit I'm having an annoyance with is I just repaired my weapons.
Yeah.
Just repaired my armor. Why?
Can we keep it pristine for 10 minutes?
No. Sod it, I should have done that a bit. There. Done. You're all dead. Happy now? If any of you answer, I'm going to stab you. Then be silent and perhaps live a little longer if you are still alive. Or be silent and remain dead.
You deserve to join your victim in death, foul creature.
Oh, apparently there were two over there that also got murdered by when I called down the rain of arrows.
Yeah. Somebody got murdered.
There's been a murder.
There's been a murder.
Yeah. No, the rain of arrows does remind me ever so slightly of Artillery of the Ancients.
Yeah.
That were in God of War.
How are you doing on Ragnarok? What's your situation?
I've 100%ed it.
Oh, so you've beaten Gnar.
Yeah, Gnar. Which sounds like it should be an Australian of some sort. Hey, Gnar.
Gnar.
Yeah.
Rot in hell.
So yeah, I beat Gnar yesterday at about 6 o'clock.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, the penultimate thing I did was the journeys across realms.
Oh yeah, with the rainbow fire.
Yes, the rainbow fireplace. I did some more sort of just like grinding Muspelheim.
Yeah.
Just to get materials. As it turns out, I'm going to need to be grinding for quite a while to fully upgrade everything. Because I need a lot of Asgardian ingots and I'm out of them. And you can't just buy them. You can buy any of the ones lower, but you can't just buy an Asgardian ingot.
Yeah.
So they are rewarded for the 9 easy ones.
Yeah. I maxed out the dragon armor, which helped me beat Gnar. I later saw a video of Gnar being beaten in 40 seconds that made me feel kind of inadequate.
Yes, these people who do it like that are mental.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My usual strategy is to overwhelm enemies with stun attacks. So what I tend to do is Ice Beam, followed by the Fog of Thimbleweed, or sometimes both at the same time, and then the Artillery, the Ancients.
Enjoying the poem?
Who were these men he condemned to hell?
Political opponents. Men who wronged him. Alighieri's quill cuts deeply, no?
He's reading the Divine Comedy.
It is a subtle way to seek revenge.
It's a self-insert fan fiction. It shouldn't be hailed as the classic it is.
I plan to make a trip to Andronople in a few weeks
It is
to
because
visit a new
it's
printing press
the same
there.
reason that Shakespeare's
That should be
hailed
fun.
as a classic, because some
It is
people
a
are
5 or
pretentious
6
about
day
it,
ride from
whereas
here.
Shakespeare is
And
just
I will need an
a few
escort.
dozen dirty jokes
Prego.
strung together with vague
Oh, I'm sorry.
plot.
You are a busy man.
Idiot plots at that, if you believe overly sarcastic productions. But I love
Would love to
Shakespeare for
accompany
that.
But
Yeah.
my time is
It's,
running short.
Shakespeare scholars
That
are the
is
ones
true
that
for all
make
of us.
Shakespeare stuffy and dull.
Yeah.
Well, I can try to solve this last code now, but I need to run an errand before sundown. Can you wait a day?
What do you need?
It is silly, but a bouquet of fresh flowers. White tulips, specifically.
I can get
Well,
you the
hunting
flowers.
flowers, is
Es
it?
un problema.
Are you sure?
It will be a nice change of pace.
Bene. Meet me in the park east of Hagia Sophia, and we will trade. Flowers for information.
Yes, we're off hunting flowers, so Ezio can get it on with a much younger lady. A
Yeah.
much younger redhead, even. It's not like we have a low opinion of what Ezio's main motivations are, do we?
Oh no! Perish the thought.
Actually, just on my way home.
Yes. No, I tended to go for the very big, heavy runic attacks in God of War. So I used the Breath of Thulmar and Meteor Storm and fun things like that.
Yeah.
It's sort of a case of, I will damage you. It's like, you like, we not necessarily have to be close to you, but I will damage you.
Yeah. I like Breath of Thalmor once I got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't very good at spotting the ravens through the story.
I managed to get all the
You
ravens
look
before
like
the
a man
story
with money to
ended.
spend. What do you need, Dostum?
Tulips, white, if you have them.
Ah, tulips. Forgive me, but I am fresh out. Something else, perhaps?
It is not my call, unfortunately.
All right, listen. I may know where to get fresh tulips. You wait here, and I will return. 1 hour, 2 at most.
I am not waiting an hour.
That's Ezio. Oh good, we're stealing fresh flowers now. Ah, thank you ladies. However, I am going to go up this ladder. Yes, I know. 25 seconds, keep them in sight, etc. Blah blah blah. I mean, reasonably, we could just land on him and threaten him and go, "Where are the flowers?" In a sort of Batman, "Where is she?" manner.
Yeah.
Or Spider-Man's enhanced interrogation mode. Yeah, Homecoming was on TV last night.
Oh, cool. I like
Yeah,
Homecoming.
Yeah, I watched it with Simon. We just came into it out of nowhere. Oh, okay, I can't be detected, which means even by guards on rooftops. That's demonstrated by how it freezes just before the Animus resets. Yeah, I will admit I spent most of watching Homecoming when the Vulture was on making Batman jokes.
Yeah.
Because it is the Batman. They also commented that Hamill should be in a Spider-Man film just to really complete it.
Yeah.
Even though they worked in it together.
I love that when Mark Hamill was offered a Joker script, he would ask and make his decision based on the answer to, is Kevin doing it?
Yeah, so he's not going to be Joker anymore, is he?
Yeah. I mean, he might, but it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, no. That is a great shame.
Yeah. Kevin Conroy was my favourite Batman.
Yeah, he's right as well.
Yeah. And it pisses me off that people think, like, just because he played an animated one, it somehow doesn't count.
Yeah, so he's been Batman more than anyone else has.
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to catch up.
And he was live action Bruce Wayne in the Arrowverse, so, like, even if we were to do...
A live action Bruce Wayne who killed Superman and Supergirl.
Yeah.
Okay, I now need to work out which of these are white tulips. Because I am awful with flowers. But there are markers. Ooh, yes, those look pretty white. And yes, we're only picking 3 flowers. That's a bunch, isn't it? Men when dealing with flowers. How much is a bunch? 3, 4? And apparently we need animations for Ezio picking flowers.
Yeah. Every time.
Yes. Well, at least it's only 3 then. That's it. Kevin did sort of have... He had a very good run as Batman, and then sort of like towards the end he did get to... Well, he came out in, what was it, 01? Or not 01, 2021 or 2020?
Yeah.
So quite late in his life.
Yeah.
And then he curated the DC Pride issue this year.
Oh, nice.
Including having a story based around his own experiences. And yeah, that wasn't the jumping I wanted you to do. And then he passes away, and it's sort of like, oh good, it's the trope of bury your gays in real life. Shortly after coming out and being able to be happy with who you are, you die. As is the trope in TV.
Yeah.
Which is part of why Heartstopper is so good, because it's sort of like, yay, queer joy, and it's not immediately tainted by death or drugs.
Yeah. I saw I follow an account on Facebook called Writing About Writing, and they shared things like, I want a YA fiction novel where someone comes out as trans and their parents freak out because they heard a prophecy involving their daughter and they thought they were in the clear.
What is this?
A gift. Sit.
This, she has fallen for the only other Italian person
Che
in here.
belli, grazie.
Yeah. We picked 5 despite only cutting 3.
Letting me play a small role in your adventure.
A small role is enough for this adventure, believe me.
You are a mystery, Ezio Auditore.
Mi dispiace. I do not mean to be.
It is fine. È affascinante.
Oh dear, oh
Sembra
dear.
squisito.
Why, thank you.
Any luck with the final code?
Ah, the code, see. I solved it many hours ago. You will get it soon enough.
Oh dear. That'd
Oh.
be a very good fight for Ezio.
Yep, all implied. The camera slowly drifts away from them to a scenic locale.
And then we got 1,000 Accra. I was just like, oh good, we're the gigolo.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. It's just we completed that mission and got a found Dacra, and it's just all like, how has it been nearly an hour already? Yes, it seems interesting that she's the one who made the first move,
Most
Yeah.
interesting.
as opposed to Ezio, which everyone would assume, yes, confident older Italian man. Especially after just like all the stories of Berlusconi we kept hearing for a while
Yeah.
with his bunga bunga parties.
Oh God.
Yes, still so much more reasonable than near enough anything Trump said.
Yeah.
Or Boris.
I mean, like Silvio Berlusconi took some beating, but wow.
Yeah, we somehow did it. With someone who basically wanted to be Silvio Berlusconi, that didn't have the political aptitude or charisma of a 70-year-old man. As Ross Noble once described Boris as a bin bag filled with custard and hair cuttings from hairdressers.
Oh my God.
He said that in a live interview on Australian's morning sort of like breakfast program, or an Australian breakfast program. It was just sort of like, yeah, so there was no one stopping him saying that Boris was like that. There's also Ross Noble, comedian, he gets away with it.
Yeah.
Have you seen him talk about the Dalek Shakespeare Company?
No, I'm not really familiar with Ross Noble.
Yeah, he's a northern comedian who's quite good, and a Geordie, I believe.
Oh, right.
And there's one bit where he's talking, I'm assuming he's abroad when he's doing the show, and he's talking about how in Britain we've got these things, you'll get them soon, where you like put a car reverse and it goes, vehicle reversing. And then he goes a bit about that, and his voice goes off. Oh, that's got a bit Shakespearean there. Vehicle reversing. And then does Shakespearean vehicle reversing. Then he goes, hey, that's got a bit Dalek now. It's just all like, yes, Dalek's fine as purveyors of Shakespeare. And he then does a few bits of Shakespeare in a Dalek voice. And he could very well have been just for the show. He's like, 90% of you are there perfectly happy just go, you could just finish the show by doing this. It's just sort of like, but I'm rapidly approaching the end of the Shakespeare I know.
Yeah.
Every bit has some Shakespeare that they know up their shoulder, up their sleeves.
Yeah. I mean, it's on the curriculum
Yes.
pretty much everywhere. So.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've done Romeo and Juliet so many times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a dagger which I see before me? No, 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 no! Ezio almost splattered. Yeah. No, he gets a fair few bits out talking about doing his Dalek Shakespeare impression.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Signs
Okay.
and symbols, part 3.
Yeah, to find the final bit. The share play's about to end, so if we
Oh, is it my turn
yeah.
to tag in, or do you want to carry on?
your turn to tag in.
Okay.
So we'll just leave it at this, as it seems to be a sensible pause point. We're not going to get attacked up here.
Yep.
And if we are, that's a determined rock slinger.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time such a determined rock flinger has occurred.
Yes.
Alright, are you on? Ah,
Yes, I've just come back.
okay.
Yeah, now it's Eagle Vision for symbols time. Again. Wow, it's not the one in the highest place. This feels wrong. Oh yes, it's time to recover another book that has not had any protection for,
Centuries.
yes, literal centuries. 300-ish years.
Well, what is he up to? Wow.
To then go the book, to then hand the book over, to then find the key piece. That will only take us to 4 keys as far as I'm aware.
What the hell?
You managed to somehow deploy the parachute. You don't know how, do you?
No. I have no earthly idea.
Well, at least we know we can deploy them.
Yeah.
We don't know how, but...
I should have done that from up there and see how close I could get to the roof. Ah, you pressed square in midair.
Okay. Oh, now, fellow, this dance isn't fair. These dance moves can only be done in midair.
Huh.
The average creature can do it at all. You are no part of this bloodsucker's ball. To quote, from the Monster Mash album,
Yeah.
Bobby Morris and the Crypt Kicker 5. Now, we're just literally lifting up a roof panel there. Yes. And the binding is still perfect from 1,200 years ago or so. Or 12th
Something
century,
ridiculous.
400 years ago.
Aesop's Fables by Socrates has been found.
That's not a bad book, admittedly, just to get that.
Yeah.
And I think we can buy this building.
Oh, aye, we can.
Yeah. You know, after we've looted probably the most valuable thing from it already. A 12th century copy of Aesop's Fables. In staggeringly good condition. No good reason.
How quickly can we buy this building?
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Yeah. As it turns out, probably very quickly.
Age of Ultron had its problems, but it was fun.
Yes, all the Avengers movies have their problems.
Yeah.
Okay, by the looks of it, we somehow got it already.
Did I do that?
Or
Possibly.
did the game do that, or am I misreading the coloured symbols?
Ah,
Yeah, we seem to have it, because it's the same colour as all the other shops we own.
yeah, we already got it. Okay.
So we got it by taking a valuable book out of its ceiling. What was it using as a bookmark? The deed to the building?
I may have, like, there was one time I went around doing stuff.
Yeah.
I might have got it then.
Yeah, it was just because it said the building was available that I thought it was unlocked now.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows?
Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? Okay, let's. Oh, I'm okay. Good.
So,
Alright.
having just hunted down the book, we're now returning to the Italian bookkeeper, who we just had a romantic picnic with, to get the book decoded to find the key.
Yes. And then hopefully we'll see the end of Altair's story. That's generally how this goes, isn't it?
It does seem to be that way, though we must remember we only have 3 of the keys, as the 5th one is in the possession of the Templars, and we haven't...
I pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, oh well, he's still dead.
Yeah. That's what matters.
Yeah, the last one is in the possession of the Templars, so we're gonna have to kill a Templar, then get And then we'll probably have a very story-heavy segment at the end, which involves very little actual movement or input from us, but for some reason constantly requires it. And then we'll probably get a modern-day segment. Damn, you shot me first. For that, you die.
You would also have died otherwise, Harry. I'm okay.
Oh, it just occurred to me. Your break from streaming didn't last long, Ollie.
No, it didn't.
Like yesterday.
No, it didn't. Although, well, there were a few games I wanted to play that I wanted to capture my experience of. But, I got raided again while playing thanks to Pete. Pete was the engineer of my good fortune and asked I assume, pretty prolific streamer, because 42 viewers who I hadn't heard of, because I don't really watch streamers, if I'm being honest.
Yes.
So I feel a bit awkward, but this I assume pretty prolific streamer called Bambino Becky raided my stream with 42 viewers. I got up to 50 off that raid.
Yes, that's a rarity, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was new armor and weapons.
Oh, is there? Oh.
Yeah, the exclamation marks. There might even be new pouches round the corner.
Yeah.
And I think we've also got some money in the bank.
Ah, Sipahi riding bracelets.
Oh my. He gets the riding braces just after a date went well?
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Oh, a kid... Oh, those...
That's the Sword of Altair.
Sorry?
It looks slightly like the Sword of Altair.
Yeah. Although there is a sort... I thought I was confusing it with a killage for a second, and those swords are very deadly. Yeah. Right, I will buy it because it's an artifact, and then I'll equip the Sicilian rapier again. Oh god, that cost a lot of money.
Yeah, all of that costs a lot, but this is why we go to the nearby bank. It's just practically the other side of that building.
Sorry. Oh, whoa, sorry, excuse me.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through official assassin business of visiting the bank.
He must be completely insane.
I do not insult my faculties, I have a crossbow. I'm also climbing a building, I don't think I need to.
Yeah, I'm just trying... It's... The bank is on the other side. What the hell? There we are.
We don't own it yet.
But we have enough left over to buy it.
Yes, we're buying the bank, so we can then withdraw all our money from it. To then visit Taylor.
Oh, we have one more bank to renovate.
Yes. One more bank. And then we can go, the capital in Constantinople.
Yes. It's almost as if that's an inherently broken system.
Yes. And now we can go to we can buy a bookshop as well. I mean, our lady friend likes books.
Yes.
So owning all her competition. That will also do us some favours, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll buy. There's still 4 bookshops not under our control. But apparently the buying of the bank and the bookshop has raised the Templars' awareness of us.
Yeah. Now there was a tailor around somewhere.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. There must be someone who will buy. Go back to that Oliver film from long ago.
Yeah.
Look, there's also a noble you can stab. Before I further ennoble you rather clumsily with this hidden blade.
Yeah.
Borrowed Blackadder.
Knives, knives to grind, any knives to grind.
It is almost criminal to pass by without looking at my fantastic wares.
Oh, and the Templars are attacking one of our dens.
If they insist on my attention... Okay, we don't...
No new pouches.
Some new dyes, apparently. No, those are the same.
They always say the dies are new when we start a new one. And then some parachutes, which we now know how to use.
Okay, fine, Templars, if you insist upon my attention, I'll give it to you, but you might not be glad that you did.
Stand clear now!
Bring it on.
I see him! There!
I have a Sicilian rapier. And a gun.
Hey, you shouldn't be up here!
Nor should you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Mwah, mwah.
it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground, which in a sword fight is actually a massive disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, you've got to try and protect your legs in
Yeah.
the high ground, which is not something easily done with a sword. Whereas protecting your upper body from attacks from above, quite easy. But protecting your legs from attacks from below, not so much. How dare you kick me in the balls? Me, Ball Kicker Supremo, Ezio Auditore. Or also known as Better Caller. See, two can play the gun game. You probably want to play.
Yeah.
There, they defy me. The Hankistar, the greatest living human being.
I cannot believe you would disobey me. My Mankista. Oh, fine.
Ow. On. Yeah, just kill them all. Who will buy? And I did not kill these men. What, I didn't? Sure, I command the people who did, but still.
Oh, speaking of which, I should probably do a bit of,
Yes, mission spending.
yeah, guild management. Perhaps after I defend this den.
Yes. Yeah. Keep the den. And remember, cannon barricades, good.
Yeah.
Especially when you upgrade them. Crossbows and cannon barricades. That's the combo we went for last time.
Yep.
Or I went for anyway. My ankles and my neck. All three of them shattered.
Oh.
Yeah, don't forget, when you get to the den, you will immediately be under attack in normal combat from Templars waiting to ambush you.
Yeah.
But perhaps just wait a little bit till the assassins are all ready to just arrow storm it.
Yeah.
Then again, you're still a fair distance away going by the mini-map.
Yeah, at the speed
How far away are you?
That wouldn't happen.
I'm not sure. Let's check. Quite.
Yes, but they are near a fast travel point.
Yeah, are we near a fast travel point?
There's one slightly down on the right and one on above. The down on right is closer. Oh, he dead. Oh, I dead.
Haha.
Make triumphant Lancelot noises.
Who could
Aha!
hide from a man this skilled?
He comes out of nowhere. Oops, you accidentally just hired a group of thieves as well.
Come forward. Take your health seriously, good folk.
Oh, I have full medicine already, I think.
Yeah. Just like, take your health seriously. I do! I just do it by taking other people's health less seriously. Or taking other people's health away.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna want one of the northernmost ones.
Oh, which one was it?
I believe... Oh, it does not help it's not telling you which one. I believe it might be a good idea to go back and have a look at the map and see what the area is called.
Okay, so...
Okay, it's northernmost one on the lower continent.
Tunnel and... Alright, the northernmost one on the lower continent. Bayezid district, it says.
Yeah.
Oh, it was that one, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, death is just around the corner.
Isn't that dangerous?
Waiting patiently to strike.
Where do they cut cloaks like that?
Haha!
One unplanned electrocution. The kind of gig I can really dig. Yeah, just quoting singing Adam's Family musical in the background here.
Another mercenary.
Oh, that one's heavily armoured.
I don't know.
But not armoured enough. Bonk. Or or underhand serve.
Oh, Jack was asking me, is there anything special about Narsil? The sword... Yeah, you know, the one from Lord of the Rings. The Isildur's sword.
Yeah, broken sword. Oh, that is a long and complicated question.
I see.
Lord of the Rings lore, long and complicated, and can take quite a while to get answer. But I'll have a check. But I believe while it is not like openly enchanted in the way as like we might understand it, it does seem to possess power, both as a symbol and through the power of oaths, which is why it is effective against the ghosts.
Ah, right.
Because it's both a symbol of the kingship of Gondor, and it was in the hands of the rightful king as well, so...
Right. So under certain circumstances it has power.
Yes, the power of oaths in Lord of the Rings is very complex at times. I sort of tried to understand it.
Yeah. Okay, so I think first thing being first, where is
You need to place a leader.
Right, that's
Yeah.
about as far forward as you can place a cannon barricade.
Take your stand there.
And some crossbowmen.
Hold there.
Okay. And if you keep hovering over the cannon barricade, as morale goes up, you'll be able to upgrade it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there's also that. Okay, hover over the cannon barricade again.
Oh, upgrade barricade.
So X. And you can also place an assassin behind it as well.
Secure that point.
Oh, also doing that.
Although,
one's-
oh, it feels like you should have, it feels like you should have a rifleman behind a barricade, but
Yeah. You can also loot something from nearby, so just press it. Yeah. But,
Right there.
I mean, these barricades just feel ridiculous, don't they?
yeah, helps to make sure.
There's another level, but
If I
yeah,
sell that barricade, and
yeah, upon these walls we should build our barricade. Heart of the city we claim as our own. Man to his duty and don't be afraid. Wait, I shall need to report on the strength of the foe. Find out the truth. I know their ways. Fought their wars. Served their time.
so they have 2 cannon barricades to contend with.
Fire the cannons! Yes.
And I'll put another
go.
assassin leader over there.
Yeah. You can
Take
do
your
that now.
stand there.
The eventual plan being to back him up with some crossbowmen as well.
Yeah. And then possibly put some riflemen with the cannons.
Things are quiet. Oh,
Have a look
there's a
at-
guy.
There's a... Yeah, shoot him. We had that problem last time, didn't we? That
Yeah.
was just this one guy hanging about.
I mean, I took advantage of it being quiet, but oh, there's another one.
Yeah, okay. Now there's more coming, and you can also buy a crossbowman.
Take your stand there.
And another.
Take your stand there. Secure that
The
point.
city must really be wondering what the is happening. Yeah, you can probably stick a couple of riflemen with the cannon. Or hover over the cannon again, cannon barricade. I thought you could, yeah, I thought that still had another upgrade level.
Oh,
Oh yeah, they can die sometimes. Oh no, you can upgrade the barricade again. X. There, it's got more health now, I'd say.
let's have a look at the other one. Well, we can't upgrade that one.
I think you need to stick someone on it to be able to upgrade it. That's it. That's what happened with the last one. There you go.
Oh, it was one of the leaders.
Get
then.
another. You're gonna want to replace the crossbow one that's been lost.
Oh, it was one of the.
Yeah.
You can have a rifleman.
Yes. Add to this. There. And you can probably stick more riflemen on the front barricade as well. I believe you can stick 2 on there,
Take your
possibly
stand
even
there.
3. Yeah, it's just 2.
Fire attack.
And you can also, oh, yeah, you're not going to need to, but... That guy just took a cannon to the face. I was going to say, you're not going to need to, but you could also place the leader on the roof next to you. We lost 1 assassin, that's not too bad.
It's probably one of the better defenses I've had.
Yeah, It's because cannons.
Cannons.
Yes. Pirates, they were onto something there.
Yep.
Cannons. Yes,
And-
it's not just that meme from where it was like aliens. It is in fact cannons.
Yeah. Cannons. Because Seb is not here to say it. And guns. That's a Wonder Woman reference. Still the best film in the DCEU.
Yes.
Although I did like Shazam.
I still haven't seen it. And given this that Black Adam and Shazam 2 are also coming out soon. Or
Yes.
Black Adam is out.
That famous DCEU character Blackadder.
Could you just imagine him with turning up and just so like, yes, hello, yes, I have magic lightning. Mr. Bean with magic lightning.
Yeah.
We've gained some assassins since last time.
We may have. Okay.
Yep. Well, we have. We gained 6. I do believe there was an auto upgrade button if you go back another menu.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you not just auto upgrade all of them? Like,
Yeah, that's why I was saying if you go back another menu. There's auto upgrade just in the corner. Yeah, that was there. So that's. I would say it would have done all of them, but we only had one left to do.
yeah. Oh well, now we know. City
Okay.
under siege.
We've lost Bursa. Go! You must immediately sort those problems out.
Right,
Defend the city.
Right. Oh dear. All right. Let's toggle to city assassins.
Yeah.
Have all of them on there. 99%.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we stationed them there so that they could handle local affairs, and
Yeah.
there's no more pressing.
Being under siege seems to be quite a local affair.
Yeah. Bursa, no. Right. Okay. Toggle city assassins. Send in everyone.
Send in the clowns. No, assassins. Send in the assassins. Oh, we can send another one to Athens
Yep.
because there's only 4 there.
Oh. Okay. You can go to.
Yeah.
Yep. And we need to bolster assassin control. So. Right. Sink Templar ships plus fire. Athens for the People Part 2. 4,500 EXP. You know what? I think I'll send some of the not locals on that because they could use the training.
Yeah. Got a 9 and a few 8s. And
Right. All 5 of them get
perception.
70%. And that, no, so I think what I'm going to do,
you take an 8 off and just.
if I send the big guy,
And then send the 8s.
and that's 100%, and they get a little more experience.
Yeah. Okay. Assault a trader.
Okay. Sink Templar ship. Well, I don't
That's
think...
worth 13 XP. It's not really going to do anything.
Well, yeah, but it'll bolster assassin control, and if we toggle the city ones, we'll have
Yeah.
enough. Like, there shouldn't be an assignment left that isn't just an automatic 100% for anyone we've stationed there. So if we
Yeah.
just put all the local ones. Oh, we can't with that one because we need a hidden blade one.
Which
I
we
mean-
don't have stationed there.
Fine, you do it. And assault a trader.
Just needs any of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Athens. What else have we got?
Damascus.
Damascus,
Alright.
where we get the steel from.
Yeah. Feed the poor. That seems like it might take more than one of them.
Yeah. You do the local ones and then stick on any like low levels we've still got.
Oh wait, no, that's if I stick on them and the other low levels,
Yeah.
that's 100%.
Yeah. That's an 8.5 morale. We are lacking a crossbow one in either category.
Okay, so
So he gets to
provide
stay as
water.
the monarch of the sea, the ruler of the king's navy, whose praise Great Britain loudly chants.
Contract available. Genoa Templar control 100. Okay.
So we've got Alexandria, Algiers. Do we have the max here in Alexandria? As in
Poison
number of
ambassadors. Assassinate a politician. We need a crossbow.
We
Have we
can't
got a
do that
crossbow?
one.
Nope. Assassinate a banker. Crossbow. Expose an alchemist.
Just anyone can do the alchemist.
Yeah. Seems a bit of a waste of XP to do that one though. Because no one we've got at the moment needs it.
Yeah.
Or expose an alchemist. Okay. You do that.
Yeah. We can't do any of the others.
That's unfortunate. And okay, I think we're about good for now.
Yeah. We don't have Arrow Storm, but we can still call in an assassin.
Yeah.
And oh look, we can hire a new one.
How far are they? Not very.
No, not very at all. And then we'll probably want to find a fast travel point to get to the actual quest objective. And it just vanished. So
They disappeared. They must have been killed.
they're dead.
We can't save them all.
No, especially when they decide that they want to fight someone strong. I mean, there's lots about. We'll probably bump into one without too much effort.
Yeah. Okay, where is the,
Down,
where are we actually meant to go?
we're looking for the book with the exclamation mark, which is 688 meters away.
That's a fair distance.
Yeah.
It's that way. There it is.
Where's the nearest fast travel we've got unlocked? It looks like it's the one above it.
Tunnel
That one.
entrance near a
In the
bank
Imperial District.
in the Imperial District. Okay.
Okay, so where's the nearest fast travel point for us? As it's not on the mini-map.
Well, there's one not too far.
Yeah, let's mark it so we make sure we go the right direction. Yes, just 40 odd meters away, a lot quicker than the 600 odd.
I mean, it was right down the bottom right corner of the map. So. Yeah, I remember which one it was. There it was. That was the one. Okay, now I've got to get that other fast travel point off the marker. Like, why can't, like every other open world game, you just take the marker off once I have reached the point that was marked?
think it's Ragnarok does it as well. It doesn't remove the marker.
Yeah.
Most interesting. But why?
Also, I must say, I found Vanaheim surprisingly hard to navigate at times.
Yeah. Like the can you get across this point in the day/night versus it being
How on earth
really
do I
big.
get to an actual city? How on earth do I get to an actual city here?
Now, I am not.
Ow.
You have explosives. That's not fair. Only I'm meant to have explosives.
Want a knife fight, do you, punk?
Obviously not. He wants to throw explosives at you. That was polite of him to not drop before and there's the explosive he was about to throw, just hovering in the air. Okay. Glitches galore. It was also nice of him to not drop till you had actually cut his throat.
Yeah.
I look at that, like how he's riding down on the zip wire, and all it screams to me is that rope should split.
Yeah. I mean, it's a blade.
Yes. It may be hooked, but it is still a blade. Yes. Don't think of it as losing a hand, but as gaining a hook.
Oh.
That was not worth the parachute. However, there is someone to rescue on the mini-map.
Ah, yes.
This might be worth the parachute. Alright, so the... assist the citizen! Yeah, we can't kill all of them, but well, that was efficient.
Yes.
Do not despair in the face of this violence. Add your voice and your strength to the tide of opposition.
I will,
As we slowly
for I have long
take
to serve
over
a
the
cause
world.
larger than myself.
That's literally what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, certainly Europe, anyway. It's just like, what do you want to do tonight? What are we going to do tomorrow night? It's the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. I think there was also a jump bit that would have saved time going across.
Oh, yeah.
And
completely fail on doing that.
Ah, yes, and now we're going on a boat. Speak, man, speak. Oh no, the world's gone black.
Ah, I'm blind.
And it's a grim, grim place we've left.
Yes, a clue left behind by the Polos has brought Ezio into the main tower. Investigate the tower, but be careful.
That's a line and tells for Basayaki. Well, this marker suggests it's far too easy.
Yeah.
This is about to go wrong, isn't it? Oh, some of these most complicated locks. As it's in the floor, this one's got to be a lot worse than any of the others.
Yeah.
If you actually unlock it. Or do you just have to drop something from a great height onto it?
Find a way
Or
to
go
access
for
the tower's lower
bit
chambers.
You mean the bit it turned us directly towards, it's obvious. You know, blades make horrible keys. Oh good. Sewage. And on the flip side of that, oh good. Parkour section. Ah, levers.
Seems relatively straightforward.
Yeah, we just got to get to that bit in the time limit. Which is a generous 30 seconds at this point. Congratulations, you've managed to lower the water level.
Yeah. You are what I thought.
I thought a putty cat.
Ah.
Yay, levers. We love pulling levers, we don't know what they do. One hopes it opens that bit. Not that bit. What was hoping it opened the gate.
No?
I'd be surprised if backtracking was the answer.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Oh. Well,
Well, we've failed synchronization, but we were always going to do that.
okay, I'm gonna... Oh,
Yeah,
right, that will have been it. Well, I'm not gonna get it now, am I?
Yeah, just wait a few seconds. The gate to go, what are you doing? Are you mad? There's some comes down. Got Looney Tunes Christmas in my head.
Yes.
Climb, dear boy, climb! And now jump backwards.
Yeah.
Yee.
Whoa. Oh, I could have done the...
Mid-air jump.
Oh, and, well, I
It seems to be
believe...
what it wants you to do.
No, I pressed it that time. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay.
No. Forwards, up. Sideways.
Oh.
Jumpy jump.
I think I have rather mocked it up.
Yes, but you now know the route,
Yep.
which involves getting soaked. You can always hear the frustration in his voice. It's like this outfit is soaking.
Yeah.
Hey.
That was quite a bit more efficient than last time.
Yes, you were still trying to work your way around the jump,
Yeah.
the oil lamp playing last time. Yeah, you're doing more water level changing. And more rocks are dropping. Who the hell set this up 400 years ago?
I'm not sure that's how water displacement works.
I'm also not sure that's how stone and metal work. After hey, checkpoints. We like to see those words.
Although maybe I should be less pedantic. I spend most of the Phoenix Wright stream saying that's not the job of a defense lawyer.
That is part of the fun of the Phoenix Wright games.
Yeah.
And then again, Hitman has some fantastic bits up there, I'm guessing. Where you pretend to be in roles that you're not. Like there's one mission where you can be a tattoo artist, another where you're a sashimi chef and you prepare fuko, or essentially pufferfish.
Oh yeah.
And,
yeah. That one episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah. Poison, tasty fish. We need your skilled hand. My skilled hands are busy. You do it. While he's fooling around at the robot. I think it's not so much relying on water displacement as it is just dropping things in water, so it shifts into areas that then trigger it to drop even further.
Yeah.
So it shifts into an area, flips the switch, and does the dropping of the water level. This is where it just opens a bit below Ezio and then starts flooding the room again. Okay, and... This is, yeah, and then jump. This isn't a normal key. What on earth is going on here? Only a Templar would kick this. Prepare to die, Ezio Auditore del Frenzy, mentor of the Assassin Order, who is clearly a Templar.
Yeah. I do like that assassins tend to hide important things behind parkour puzzles, because there's a logic to that, in that only a trained assassin should be able to reach them.
Yeah, the key being the hidden blade I don't like.
Yeah.
Oh, surely like the design of the hidden blade might change, and then suddenly the keys don't work.
Yeah.
Or what if the blade snaps in the lock? Because there's no way that the dimensions are identical after centuries.
No.
There's a chance that a dagger will just fit in there.
Yeah.
Jumpy, 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 jumpy. And then we've got one treasure box.
Two treasure boxes.
Three
treasure boxes.
Four keys. Which are not keys, they're CDs.
Yeah. One for each of the Assassin's Creed games to this point.
And one to go for the third one that they're working on.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently there's already been problems with Mirage and Project Red
Really?
that may be delaying their release date. But Project Hexe seems to be on course for a 2026 release date.
Right.
Yes. It seems Mirage might have there might be issues running it on previous gen consoles, so I might have trouble running Mirage.
Ah.
So the final chapter, the last bit of content for Assassin's Creed Valhalla actually came out a week early.
Oh.
So it came out earlier this week rather than next week. Yes. That's the sort of thing you like to see occasionally, where something actually comes out early.
Yeah.
No, those are the rumours on the next Assassin's Creed games. But it's sort of like, well, given that the earliest could be sort of like the favoured date seems to be in August 2023, it's sort of like it's still a bit early to say that Red, which isn't supposedly out till 2024, or that's having design things that could be it late. It's a bit early in its development to say one way or the other.
Well, these Assassin's Creed games came out at the height of annualized sequels being the industry's favourite business model. So
yeah, it's part of the problem with them, especially Unity.
Yeah.
Because it was leading to unfinished games being released.
Yeah, that
like,
needed longer to cook. And also stagnation in that they would slap a new coat of paint on the same game engine every year.
Yeah, they also didn't really have time to work quite as much on, something new.
Yeah.
A prime example would probably be how this one doesn't have share play controls, whereas the last one did. Because it's working on an older engine that was just being worked on at the same time as Brotherhood. Not just me, there does seem to be quiet opera singing going on in the background, doesn't there?
Yeah. That's not just you. Wait, would it actually be better to find a fast travel point for
No,
that?
it seems to be under 100 meters. It's 43 meters away. And 4 of them appear to be vertically.
Oh, a chest.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
It doesn't matter how wealthy you get.
Like a dragon and its horde.
It doesn't matter how wealthy you get in an Assassin's Creed game, the drawer of chests is the same.
Creed game is always bought.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, those are the chests that give us bomb materials, which we don't use. So they're all near enough full up, so those chests don't give us anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to excuse myself for a moment. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Perhaps I shouldn't do anything story related for the moment. Then Assassins, Apollo's brother.
What on earth?
follow free. How you doing, Seb? Dan has just stepped out for a second, so I'm using the time to do in-game shopping.
I'll be here should you need me.
A little charity! Relieve the torment I bear!
Okay, how do you throw money in this one? There we go.
Justice! I'm only trying to
Food for deadline. For BBC writers and submissions. Oh, I assume you meant good. The deadline for BBC writers and submissions is on Wednesday, so I want Wingless to be in a state of submission by the next couple of days. Oh, well.
There is a lesson here.
It's good that you cracked on with that today, then.
Scary, vicious people.
I have returned.
Ah, right. I just popped out to check on some shops while you were... I didn't want to do anything story-related without you.
Yeah. So we're checking out various shops, which will probably update after the next lot of story missions.
Ironically, yeah. Would you be free for a last read-through at some point tomorrow? Sure. Repair armor? We were going to have to do that anyway.
Yeah. Other than that, we don't seem to have anything new to get.
No, all good. All good.
Unless you want to get 2 more parachutes.
Nah. I'm good with the 8 we have.
13, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Seb wants to know if you got a chance to read Wingless.
Oh, I haven't yet. I've still got it on my computer though, somewhere.
No, sir. 13! He said.
Haha! And now we know that that's bullshit, that there's only 13 doctors. Ah, right, yes, this is a... Yeah, the share play's about to run out, isn't it?
Oh, right. Do you want to tag in then?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Okay.
Where does my controller go? Of course it's... Of course my controller decided to go to the other end of the bed. Because yes, my space I have for streaming is to lie on a bed.
Yeah. That's not ideal.
No. I manage.
I'll
Sort
resume.
of relatively comfortable.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, I have returned.
I also showed was the Vontae Wild footage earlier since it came up in conversation. Alright, how did he take it? I mean, how did he take to it? He liked the Phantom. I should take more pride in that video, because I made it.
Calling out for his father.
Abbas, what a miserable man.
It is not our place to judge.
It certainly is. If our master has gone mad, I would like to know.
Shh.
Oh,
Good
it's
evening.
tight.
Water.
Of course. Sit.
It may
about
be
80.
Many thanks.
Is that pervert Joe? No.
What brings you here, old man?
We never actually got to film any of Pervert Joe's scenes,
Pity,
which
Abbas.
is probably a
Not
good
much.
thing in hindsight.
He has lived as an orphan for most of his life, shaped by his family's legacy. He is desperate for power. Because he is powerless.
He is our mentor. And unlike Al-Mualim or Altair, he never betrayed us.
Nonsense. Altair was no traitor. He was driven out. Unjustly.
I mean, his name is literally Pervert John. Yeah.
Yes,
Is it?
that
Is it you?
yeah,
heard the
that
rumors,
one person
but I
realizes
did
that
not believe
Altair
them.
was sitting amongst them.
I wonder if I might speak to Abbas myself. It's been a long time.
Impossible. Abbas uses rogue Fedayeen to keep us from the castle.
Fewer than half the fighters here are true assassins.
So, where do I begin?
With us.
Altair has returned to Masyaf after 2 decades of self-imposed exile. Gather allies and eliminate Abbas.
The mentor's return. Also, I'm wearing robes of a
You
similar
say these
colour
men are
to what,
cruel.
Ezio
Has
should
anyone
be.
raised his blade against an innocent?
Alas, yes. Brutality seems to be their sole joy.
Then they will die, for they have compromised the order. But those who still live by the creed must be spared.
You can trust in us.
About Abbas and his nightmare?
Kill the captains without alerting additional guards.
What about...
People say an old assassin saved the life of a merchant down in the valley. They say he fought with a hidden blade.
Rumors. I don't believe it.
True or not, say nothing to Abbas. He is sick with paranoia.
He's just sick. Noticeably slower these days. That did not require much.
Innocent! I'm innocent! Not involved!
Yes, you're innocent, which is why I am not stabbing you.
Altair is here. In the village? Send word to the castle, quickly. Assassins! To me!
Come on. Come on, you can go quicker than that.
I know you're old and probably recovering from double hip surgery, but...
Like, seriously. Move, Thank you, finally. You're going at a light jog.
the dad run.
Not even that, he's coughing because he can't.
Mentor!
Welcome.
Shh. Do not want to get him killed.
There! Kill the traitors!
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Well, we didn't technically kill them. We're only here to kill the captain.
Nothing! You pathetic miser. Stand down or die.
You could have been
Okay, I missed.
spared, friend.
I am not your friend, old man.
I accidentally got a civilian, that's unfortunate.
Follow me to the castle. And spill no blood if you can help it.
I don't think you really get to say that at this point, Altair, mate.
He did preface it with, if you can help it.
Yeah.
I'm imagining they're not going to be doing much on the parkouring front here. Or anything on the parkouring front, it seems. Oh, for God's sake. At least there is a slope. Thank God it's not stairs. That would have been the most efficient way for Abbas to have kept Altair out. Installed stairs where once there was a slope.
No parkour, at least he's finally matured.
Yes.
Altair! 2 decades have passed since we last saw you within these walls.
Yes, yes. A lot of it.
Oh, 86.
Use your wisdom. Now more than ever.
Oh,
Oh, good. Glad we don't have to kill you.
that's always nice.
Yes.
He has loyalists.
Yes, by the looks of it, well over half the order.
Kill him! Kill him now! What are you waiting for? You fools! He has bewitched you!
No, I've just walked in.
Our mentor has returned!
Oh, apparently I have the ability.
My respect, mentor.
Yes, yes, just...
I fight for you. For the Order.
I'm just trying to disarm you.
I'd say he would at least be in his 70s at this point.
Possibly 80s.
Welcome home.
Just disarmed him. I'm not even killing these guys. Yeah, they seem perfectly determined to kill me.
Altair.
Player, you die!
Always an honor.
Choke slam. That was a terrible game.
Die!
You stay down, my choice.
for victory, mentor.
Where's my walking stick? It's not just for show, there's a blade in there as well.
You call
think
that a knife?
Welcome back.
I think that is a pointed syndicate actually, that's like common weapons are bladed canes.
Tell your men to stand down.
No! I am defending Mashaf. Would you not do the same?
You corrupted everything we stand for and lost everything we gained. All of it sacrificed on the altar of your own spite.
And you! You have wasted your life staring into that apple, dreaming of your own glory.
That is true, Abbas. I learned many things from the apple. Of life and death. Of the past and the future. Let me show you.
Does this make Altair the inventor of the gun?
It does seem that way, yes.
He invented the gun
I can never forgive
for a
you,
blood
Altair.
feud.
The lies you told about my family.
Why don't we all climb
My
around the
father.
bladed cane?
The humiliation I
Because not a
suffered.
lot of people know that.
They were
Ah!
not lies, Abbas. I was 10 years old when your father came to see me. He was in tears, begging to be forgiven for betraying my family. Then he cut his own throat. I watched his life ebb away at my feet. I will never forget that image.
No.
But he was not a coward, Abbas.
I just imagine bladed cane. I just imagine
He
Michael
reclaimed
Caine
his
with
honor.
Wolverine claws.
I hope there is another life after this one. Then I will see him and know the truth of his final days. And when it is your time, we will find you. And then there will be no doubts.
Yeah.
Can I just sit down now?
I'm an old man.
I'm an old man. Because I'd heard about his return and his defeat of
An old man.
Abbas.
And still he fought to hold our
So
brotherhood together.
the way people described it made
I
it
would
sound
have
like
called
he
him
walked in
stubborn
as an
in my
80-year-old.
But
And,
now, I can
like
only admire
defeated
his
everyone in a
courage.
sword fight. Like,
The
no
assassins
one
were his
sided
life,
with him.
from beginning
The way some of the
to
fans
end.
talk about it, it's like
He had no
he
other.
came in and there was a load of loyalists who did most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah. And then there will be no doubts. After that, Gwen Stefani will have a successful solo career.
The exit's this way, isn't it? I hope. Well, it's
Yeah,
an
there it
exit.
is.
And now to the exclamation mark. Actually, now to the shop, because we just had the sequence, so that's Jack.
It's worth checking.
Last month,
Yeah,
the governor
I'm
of
gonna
Bo
need your assistance again.
Of course.
No.
Nothing.
You do seem rather.
Okay, I'm gonna open the weapon room. Can you set the offhand one to the hidden gun, please?
Okay.
Thank you. 'Cause yes, I don't. Yes, because that is distinctly annoying, isn't it? Not being able to do.
Yeah. Hopefully with Assassin's Creed 3,
Yeah.
that will no longer be a problem.
One can dream.
There's a point. It is likely, because I remember this being very near the end, it is likely that we will finish this game on this stream. Do
Yeah.
we do a separate stream for Embers, or do we include that as the finale of Revelations?
Depending on the time, it's probably the finale of Revelations makes the most sense anyway.
Watch out for the little.
I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What is a gun?
I have learned many things about the future and the past. And let me show you. Ooh, Chad.
Did he just say smoking the fanny? It was an accent. Funny stuff is what he said.
Whee. Barely catching onto that roof. I'm gonna have to go across the water, aren't I?
It would appear so.
I behave like a rabid monkey.
Do not call me a rabbit monkey. Okay, where's one of the actual crossbows? Because if the crossbow does not go to reveal itself, I will swim. Do not underestimate me, game. Ah, good, the proper crossing point.
Travel to the Imperial District. Did he imply that you could only attempt parkour if you smoked marijuana?
Or that you'd only want to do parkour if you smoke.
I mean, I'd quite like to do parkour, but... couple of barriers there, but it looks fun.
I mean, there probably is a version that is wheelchair accessible. And it will actually involve going over a load of obstacles that people go, there's no chance of that. No, I parachuted then. That wasn't the intention, I was trying to kill him. Ah! That was one of my worst assassinations. Ah, yes. Oh, bother, I looked down. Gravity!
Marijuana, famous for invigorating extreme acts of physical fitness.
No, the other thing. Extreme acts of laziness and snacking.
Heretic, blasphemer, sinner.
No, shut up. I have a gun. Heretic, blasphemer, sinner. No, I am Catholic. I just need to make a small donation to the church and I get off scot-free.
Yeah. I kill, I maim, I fornicate, but as far as the clergy is concerned, my only living is before evensong.
Yeah. As far as my flock is concerned, my only vice is a little tibble before evensong.
Yeah.
You seem those daily mercenaries? So why did your parents not consider the engagement anyway?
Ah, yes. Tell him if he doesn't get his secret backside out, they'll report him to the baby-eating Bishop of Bath as well. He drowns babies during christenings and then eats them in the vestry. This is like, that monk won't leave. Did you tell him about the bishop? I did. What did he say? I am the baby-eating Bishop of Bath and Wells. Good lord.
Said, I am the baby-eating Bishop of Bath and
Another
Wells.
one.
Yeah.
Your soul be damned!
And then, of course, there's a bit of, oh, what we call it quits. Hey, fatso. And it's just
Sayum
a little-
auditore.
I would say firstly, the Queen would not believe you.
Word
and-
around the city is you're leaving us.
And she supports
Nothing I
us.
do a secret.
And secondly,
Not to
You
worry.
regret calling
The captain of your ship is
so
a friend.
later today.
But neither of you are going anywhere just yet. The Janissaries have raised the
Hi there,
chain
you
across the
pay us
mouth
back,
of the
but
hatch
I told-
and ordered a full blockade until
They
you
raised the chain for me.
We will celebrate later. Here, I have something for you. Careful. This has 50 times the kick of our usual bombs.
oh good, they're giving me a massive explosive.
Well, actually, in Janissaries once Ezio did evade the Janissaries and leave the city in pursuit of Manuel.
Manuel?
I know what to do. The suspense is palpable. Yusuf, wait. Un favore.
Yes.
There is a woman running a bookshop at the Old Polo trading post. Sophia. Look out for her. She is a remarkable lady.
You have my word.
Gather your men. This will attract some attention.
Yeah, bloody hope so. It's 50 times as powerful as the normal one. Set it at the base of the Great Chain. Oh good, I'm gonna have to kill people now. And they say they don't want me to kill anyone with the blades.
Speak with you, stranger.
How tough. People are dying.
Ah! Not to get back home! There!
Oh.
Die!
They don't have the nerve I usually see them with. They seem to be oddly hesitant. I mean, it's not unwise that they would be, but just unusual.
I mean, technically law-wise, they think I'm... well, they know I just that someone has killed the head of their order. And the assassin sort of fits the bill.
That
Given
is
that
what
it,
they do.
it was. It was me.
Like, why do they test for drugs at the Olympic events? If I smoked a fat one, I wouldn't want to go downhill skiing.
Everyone taken to see the cosmonaut. Does it never end?
We wouldn't want to spook the neighbours.
It's performance enhancing ones they traditionally look for,
Yeah.
rather than the muscle relaxant ones.
Yeah.
But, you are dead.
Dead, dead. Thought you were hot. Guess what? You're not.
Ah, wrong buttons.
Oh,
You do not have enough weapons to stop me stabbing you repeatedly.
you don't have enough limbs, frankly.
And guess what? You are dead now. Was it worth it trying to stop me? Me? Ezio Auditore da Firenze? Mentor? Assassin's Brotherhood of Italy?
Wrong buttons when the adaptation of Cinderella isn't faithful.
That looks rather small to be 50 times more powerful than their usual one. That's a bit close, Ezio.
The tone of this scene puts me in mind of God of War for some reason.
Yeah, no, this was a mistake. Like the number of what we just destroyed. Oh, good, Greek fire as well. Brilliant.
Those ships are armed! They're waiting to stop your boat! You take care of them! We will clear the docks!
Yeah, but Greek fire, that's bad. That's really quite bad.
Yes, that's very bad.
Yeah, that's one of the few sort of like inventions for the ancient world I'm sort of glad has been lost to the ancient world. I say the ancient world, this is only like 400 years ago. Because this is sort of like, well, napalm. But worse.
I hope we do figure out how to reverse engineer Damascus steel at some point. Oh, good lord. Ugh.
Do you know what Greek fire is?
I know that it's an oil-based fire, like...
Well, we don't actually know for sure what it is. It's essentially almost like napalm, but it's it's the heel here, but it's a fire that isn't put out by water. It just burns straight through. It burns on water. It's a terror of the ancient world when it first started appearing.
Well, how do you extinguish Greek fire then?
Sand.
Sand.
Yeah, but it was a weapon used on ships and there's harbour defences. Greek fire either goes out with sand or when it just burns itself out. This is the thing that burns on the surface of water.
You take care of them.
Yeah.
We will clear the docks.
So it's a bit like an oil fire in that regard.
Yeah, then that's worse. Oi! Stop doing that! Fine, I'll send an assassin specifically to deal with it.
Yeah. Something I heard about Greek fire. Is it true they don't know specifically what it was?
They don't know how to make it. The recipe is long lost, which is probably a good thing. Because, let's be honest, we can't be trusted. Like, look what we did. We napalmed jungles.
Yeah.
Trying to work out what ships actually need to blow up. I think that was one. Probably not, but... that one. I think that might be one. Having a bad day with Greek fire. I mean, it's shooting cannons at us, so it feels like it. No. Oh, wait. No. Flipping now. Yeah, you can't heal while you're on the cannon.
But it doesn't look like you can get off the cannon either.
Yeah.
Once you're on it. So the solution is going to be to take them out in a specific order.
And not end up in the middle of the in the water again.
Yeah.
Like him. Well, him, he nearly ended up in the
They're
water.
waiting to stop your boat. You take care of them. We will clear the docks.
Because I was doing it today. Clock shots, clock shots, clock shots. Ah!
The solution is to take them out in a specific order. Typical multiple dates to the prom story.
There he is. Gotta be honest, these two down here don't seem, these three down here don't seem to be the priority. Given as they don't seem to have anyone on them.
Yeah.
So it's kill the big ships. Fast walk, fast walk. Come on, turn. Oh no, they have people on them. getting the angle right. Burn it. Does not agree with my way of trying to aim.
Isn't it bizarre
Whoa,
how all of those ships... Isn't it bizarre how all of those ships only weigh the same as a duck?
Yes. And therefore, they're all witches as well.
Yes.
No, don't burn my own shit. Yeah, no, it just suddenly went down as it was changing angle, and then I couldn't move the darn thing.
Yeah, that... I caught that. That did look like a bit of an unnatural movement.
We're burning witches now. Burning witches to get access to a library. What on earth is going on in this game? And for those who are watching it and don't understand Monty Python, I apologise, but you are not going to get it.
I don't.
They're waiting to stop your boat! You take care
Turn
of
me
them.
into a
We will
newt.
clear the dock.
A newt.
I got better.
Hey, fine. No. He decided to fall in of his own volition. This boat is really, really messing with my ability to move.
Yeah.
You have a bullet. Yes! Yes, he had a bullet, apparently. That makes no sense. Yeah, on things you want people from the ancient world, things you want fired at your ship, Greek fire is perhaps the least.
Yeah. I mean, what are the odds you've got enough sand on your ship to put it out?
I've only actually burnt 2 down. And 3. Ah!
Prioritise people, I think.
I'm trying, but the angle is not helpful.
Yeah, I see.
Right, I've burnt 6.
The only
burnt?
target with the only red target on the map is to your right.
Oh, good. The one I just turned away. Helpful.
Oh, that one's still alive.
Yes, I'm trying to get up to it. There it is.
Yeah.
Yay! Ah! That was close. I think we're about to sink anyway. Well, we have no Greek fire left.
Probably for the best.
But this isn't the this wasn't our ship, okay. But we're now jumping on a ship covered in Greek fire. This way, you lunatic. Because again, you're jumping on a ship covered in Greek fire. Jump onto another ship covered in Greek fire. Jump even further onto the said ship covered in Greek fire. Jesus Christ, you should have just swum quicker. Don't even know if I'm heading the right direction currently, but by the availability of platforms, I'm going to say yes. Oh, come on. Surely you guys should recognise Greek fire.
Don't let him reach the ship!
I don't care about you, just let me run.
Like, I mean, you'll burn to death eventually.
Yes, I just need to get to the ship. Come on, parkour skills. Don't fail me now. Whee!
Yours is not a subtle approach. See, sorry for the delay.
Yo ho, we woke up beat the black flag. Now, here we go. You bleed the kingdom's gone. Or this feels more like it should be sort of like Pirates of the Caribbean music with Jack Sparrow just sort of like his arrival at Port Royal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Leela, Johnny, Leela.
It costs a shilling to moor your boat at Port Royal, and I shall have to know your name.
What would you say to 3 shillings and we forget them?
What do you think we'll find? If we're lucky, another prize.
Welcome to Port Royal,
If
Mr.
we're
Smith.
very lucky, something that'll end this miserable war. You're talking over my head, mate. Listen, Sean, I have no idea what we're going to find. But I do know that whatever it is, the Templars can't have it.
El Great Desmond.
Do you
That's
regret
less
anything,
charismatic than Connor?
Like what?
Running away? Leaving your parents behind, finding a shit job and pretending to be productive? What's it like spending your whole life avoiding hard decisions?
I think we're going to need to have a fist fight with him in the Animus before we get to
Sure, you're an assassin, but it wasn't your choice.
He looks even more like Adam Sandler.
Do you have a point?
Yeah,
I
he
wanna
looks
know
even more deranged.
if you regret anything.
Sure. I wish I'd been more patient with my parents. Wish I'd listened. And Lucy. Maybe things could have been different if I'd... I'm not sure.
Thank you
For what?
for making sense.
Okay. Still feel like we're going to end up having a fist fight with him for control of our body.
Sean, you feeling okay?
Sure, yeah, of course, no, I'm fine. Yeah. We're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh? Why should we be surprised if one of us dies every now and again?
Every death is a tragedy.
I have left Constantinople and set sail for the interior of Anatolia, to a region called Cappadocia, where Manuel is training his soldiers. If I am lucky, I will not be alone, for there may be Ottoman spies in the area waiting to strike. But, as ever, I put stock only in myself, and hold the memory of dear Sophia close to my heart. Claudia, you would laugh to hear the racing thoughts of your brother now. I have come to admire Sophia with more affection than I thought possible.
Oh, God.
After the death of Christina, something withered in me. But that feeling, that capacity for love, has returned. I adore Sophia, but dare not drag her into this life of mine.
I wish it was Desmond from
Not
Lost.
without
This
fear
guy
of
is just
hurting
Ricky
her,
Gervais.
or driving her away. Evidence of an army here, and no signs of Tariq's men.
Pursuing Manuel! Ezio has come to a region. Yada yada yada. Okay. Cappadocia.
Okay, so I can get spotted, it just, Okay, we've got new items at Blacksmith and the Bookshop. And the Tailor.
Is that going to do us much good now?
Let's see. Well, yes, because there are apparently 9 sequences and we only just started 7. So, we've still got a while to go, apparently. Depending on how long these sequences actually are.
I remember the Altair gun bit being really near the end.
There's 7 memories in sequence 7. Just sort of looking at 8. There's 3 memories in 8. And 3 memories in 9. So if we get this one done quickly, comparatively, it should be manageable for the rest of them.
Yeah.
The problem is apparently we find Russia.
What is problem?
Problem is Russia. Cannot speak in terrible Russian accent. Cannot speak in most accents. Oh, that went wrong. Oh look, we can make explosives. As if we're going to... Yes, why does this hidden Templar base have an explosive locker that can only be opened by assassins?
That is an odd question.
Yes, but not the oddest question we've dealt with recently. Which is like, where's the moon gone? In a God of War game. I'm standing above the point I actually wanted to get to, aren't I? Or not. Maybe I wasn't actually high enough. No, nobody saw me. Nobody saw me. Yeah, apparently the point I want to go to is actually higher up than I am. Oops. Ah, parkour puzzles. Yay.
Maybe I wasn't actually high enough, Snoop Dogg dealer.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Seb's comment. Maybe I wasn't actually high enough, Snoop Dogg be like.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that clearly looks like a secret door, doesn't it?
Yeah. It looks like it couldn't possibly be anything else.
Yes. I'm doing so far an okay job at not being spotted for once.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
chest.
chest. Almost sit wired then. That does not seem to be the way I want to go.
Yeah, well, you see a zip
Because that
wire.
zip wire heads over there. And my point is over this way. A bit further out. Ah!
Ooh, a chest reading Playboy be like.
Or page 3 of the tabloids. Ooh, a chest.
Is that still a thing?
I don't know anymore. Oh, synchronization point. I haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah. Oh, there are shops here.
Oh, thank God.
Ah.
Still bad. Okay, you were meant to be dragged in, but oh well. Don't think I actually need any loot. Doing something that we should ostensibly have been doing quite early on. Hiding the body. Oh well, got spotted anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with murdering all of you. I know, go steal one of your axes first.
Actually, think that is loot in the form of bounty.
Like you brought a sword to an axe fight.
Yes, run.
Run like the cowards you are. Oh bother, there's hundreds of you.
I must say, Ezio has chilled out a bit since the end of Brotherhood. But then they had just killed Patch.
I'm not misseeing this. There is a bank here.
Yeah.
On the mini-map.
Apparently.
Yeah, there's a bank. Come on, drop. We're going to the bank. I'm gonna need your assistance.
Okay.
I think there's something here. Oh no, there's nothing here.
Out of 110,000 though, that's
Adio.
Yeah, but we've been playing for a lot more than 20 minutes since
yeah,
the last time we went to the bank.
that is weird. Oh,
I located my target quite by accident. And it's not someone I meant to kill. Sorry, ladies.
Knowledgeable him. Is this how you impress the lady?
Not so close, Adi Herif.
Easy now. Tarek sent me.
Only you? Why not more?
I am enough. Where are your men?
Captured by Byzantines over a week ago. I was just to look like a slave and managed to escape. But the others? Are you a capable fighter?
there's nothing there.
I like to think so.
Well, when you are certain, come find me.
Oh, let's say. Woman!
A woman?
Am I a capable fighter? Well, I've already made 8 people wet themselves here and killed several more. Also, I just think I overtook the woman who I'm meant to see with the objective.
Hey! You won't get away!
Oh, for God's sake.
I am not the man you see. Mercy.
Conk.
I've done nothing.
Ow. Oh! That's one way to end a fight.
That was a new
Ezio.
one. I don't recall seeing that animation before.
They don't tend to end up fighting with maces a lot of the time. Halberds, mostly.
Don't kill me. Please. Spare me.
We use our own swords so little in this, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. You wonder why,
Why
we
do we
bother
bother?
buying them. That was quite a deft recovery there, sir.
You're dead.
Oh!
That was grim.
Oh my god! Ezio,
There's a halberd. I want that.
Ezio is losing chill with anomalous speed.
Bloody hell! You just picked that guy up.
I'm not the man you see. Mercy.
When in doubt, swat it with a Howard.
Yes. Yeah, did you see the guy you picked up? You know, the one wearing full plate?
Yeah.
I'm not the man you see. Mercy.
That was not the attack I actually wanted from the halberd. Are you a good fighter? Well, I've just killed most of the guards in here, so yes. Oh, I'm unarmed again. Not for long. I did a 180 then for it. Right, they're all dead. Any other guards? Any old iron, any old iron. All these women appearing and then, nope, run away. Run away from the sexy Italian.
Ezio's been at this for a long time at this point.
But not as long as Altair when we last played as him.
Yeah.
That's doctors. What I really wanted was a blacksmith, to be honest. There's another doctor's.
Did you happen to see that? We caught another of the Sultan's spies lurking about. A woman this time, disguised as a harlot with low birth.
Sending his harem girls now, eh? It seems the Sultan is running out of skilled fighters. Where did you take her?
Inside, into the prisons. But she won't last long. Not with Shakulu in charge.
Okay, now we've got to rescue her and supposedly not kill anyone. That's no fun. From, like, a game perspective, not from a historical perspective.
Yeah.
How soon before my soldiers are trained to use those guns?
A few weeks at most.
Janissaries will know I have betrayed them by now. But do they have the resources for retribution?
Doubtful. The Sultan's battle with Selim commands most of their attention.
What the hell is that spell?
Apologies, Manuel. Some of these Ottoman prisoners are so fragile.
Shakuru, try to moderate your anger. I know the Sultan humiliated your people, but there is no need to spit on men who are beneath us.
You take the woman from the prison and bring her to the chapel.
Shakulu, I don't have the key. Find it! Who has the key? You?
I think Nicholas has it. He's on leave in the market.
Christemu, I'd like to run that man through with a spear.
Hey, talk to yourself, Taxi.
To the market. That did not go to plan. Apologies.
Calm down. What are you doing?
What am I doing? What am I doing? That's a very good question, actually. What am I doing? I am in gold vision. Or in vision looking for gold.
Yes.
And I think, yeah, that's the bank.
Got leeches. Who requires bleeding?
Come on, return to eagle vision.
Who requires bleeding? I need not your help to make people bleed.
Spend a lot of time making people bleed. Retrieve the prison key by any means. And that was the wrong one. That was easier.
Fortune favor you, friend.
Saying locate your targets and
After
vision.
you've
Don't know where
already-
I'm going. Just been there. I've already got the coin, the key.
Locate your target after you've already located your target and obtained your objective.
You are awful at this, Ezio, aren't you? But extensively, the mentor, you are god awful at sneaking. Well, sod it.
Wait a minute.
Oh good, I've got to be anonymous to continue this bit. Well, you know what that means. Killing guards. That's all a halberd. That's not a halberd. That's also
Although you
tradition.
can throw it at the guy with that. Heal.
Thank you.
There is no problem that cannot be solved with the proper application of pole arms.
You broke my halberd. I'll break you.
Now you have a new halberd.
Yes. Wasn't what I actually wanted to do. I wanted to do that. And luckily, it didn't auto-target onto a civilian.
Yeah.
Now, just to ignore this large pile of bodies. There's more to kill. Oh bother! My armor's damaged. Bang, bang. Golly.
Please spare me. I'm a good man.
Yes, I have no grudge against the good man. Who do I have a grudge against? Everyone who works for a Templar. Or anyone who gets in my way, really. I'm not overly picky. I mean, I've sorted a lot of Janissaries with it being on their side.
Yeah. The lesson is, as long as you don't inconvenience Ezio in any way, he won't kill you.
Yes, you have gone very quiet for me.
Have I?
Yes.
Huh.
What's my volume like? Is that just...
Huh. Right, it's... My mic was turned around a bit. I seem to be coming through alright on the stream.
Yeah, you've gone very quietly, but my volume hasn't changed at all.
You took your time.
You are welcome.
Aman Allah. What is that?
Not everyone was taken prisoner.
Poor men. Allah siti kutsasim. That Turkmen renegade.
You can hear me alright though, can you?
Shaku.
Yeah, I can hear you just...
I'll kill him!
Wait!
No, that's my job. My job.
You'll screw it up.
The spy who shunned me.
Huh.
The accurate politics. Okay, so I think we've done 2 of 7 in this.
I don't think Seb was here for the Bond reference.
That's a shame. I cannot be bothered to steal your own weapons. I don't have time for it. Seriously, how strong are those blades? They go through mail coats and then 2 or 3 other layers. They should easily snap at this point.
That guy's wearing chainmail, a gambus, and
yeah. Ah, doctor. Not that I need the doctor at the moment. May in a moment. Alright, it's been a moment. I need the doctor who comes to save the day. For a planet and time far, far away. Yes, now we've got money put in the bank. Not that we really have anything to spend it on right now. In this wibbly wobbly, dibby wibby.
yeah. I'll have to step away for just a second. I will be right back.
Yeah.
He's risking more than his neck.
waiting for Ollie to return before we go to Hunted Muang because that story moment's been excellent. Story moments. Don't know why I decided to do that as a ghostly sounding thing. And SharePlay is about to end anyway. Here to get vital disc from Manuel, the butler of Faulty Towers Hotel, or manservant of Faulty Towers Hotel.
Uh-huh.
And in that time, we've also got to kill other people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, SharePlay's about to end, so.
Oh right. Am I tagging in then?
Yeah, you tag in. And we're on the 3rd of 7 missions in sequence 7.
We've got a minute and a half left of it. Okay, stop share play. Okay. Share your screen. Okay.
I am rejoining.
Seb is gonna flip when I tell him he missed a Bond reference.
The spy who shunned me.
Nobody does it better.
You do not cooperate very well.
Makes
I'm
me
here to
feel
rescue
sad
my
more.
friends, not make friends. Oh, right there.
Yeah, I am back in.
That armor is too thick for bullets. I will have to get in close.
Jonas.
When has that ever stopped you before? Thick armor. I mean, you lifted a guy on a sword not 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, right, okay. So we need to kill 4 guards, then go to get him. So run.
And we don't have the other assassins about to
make this easy. No. Okay, jumpy bit. Climb up a bit at the back.
Yep.
And then onto the cross, I'm guessing.
Yeah. This is a very, do not let Jonas lose more than half his health. Sorry.
There's a bit more of a deck box to spot.
Yep.
Didn't look like we stabbed Janos though.
Out of murder, deserve no pity.
He's a bit stronger than your average victim, isn't he?
Yeah, they don't normally get up after that.
No, not unless they're the Pope, strangely enough.
So, I will kill you in a minute.
I am talking to my friends.
Yeah. Alright, come on. One of you. Oh. You'll do.
That's it. Killing you both. Don't know what was happening with that axe there.
Nah.
Oh, you. Oh! Someone wearing armor that was,
too thick for bullets.
Yeah.
Can you walk? Evet.
Yeah, too thick for bullets. You're still picking up David off one hand did.
Yeah.
Most of them don't actually work, but the gunpowder is real. We could not fake that.
Bene. Keep out of sight until you hear the explosions. Then you run.
Explosions? If you do that, all hell will break loose. You will panic the entire city.
Including the disco.
I am counting on it.
And then what?
Then I find Manuel Paleologos.
And I hunt down and kill Manuel. Oh. Really do with a blacksmith about now.
Indeed. Is there one? There must be one.
I haven't seen one so far. I've seen plenty. Oh. Past our objective.
Okay.
There's also a tailor as well, and there's new stuff at the tailor shop.
Oh, I think our armor is in sufficient disrepair to warrant the detour.
Yes. And they also said there's new equipment there, so there might actually be new armor.
Oh.
This is why I actually bothered to do, No, you don't have an offhand, second wheel weapon.
Oh. How odd.
Unequipped it and so.
I don't see him anymore.
I swear, I have nothing to do with anything.
Ezio's skill is vanished rather rapidly.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I am talking with my son. We don't have any kids yet, Ezio. I probably have half a dozen. I just never married the mothers. Or indeed possibly
He could
don't
probably
even...
have founded an entire assassin order out of his own loins.
Yes. Well, apparently from Altair, Ezio, and then the Kenways.
Yeah.
Just on the other side. You, repair my armor, and sell me you stuff.
Oh, there's new armor.
Yep. The rest of the riding gear. I mean, it'd look quite fancy if we went back to normal outfit.
Yeah.
That is so much worse than what we're wearing.
Yeah.
That
we
makes us more than we've got. And it's also worse than what we're using.
Okay, small weapons. Afghani Kyber blade.
Kyber? Tattoo Kyber?
Ah!
All of these are more expensive because we're in a Templar controlled area.
Yeah.
So we'll leave those to later and after another bank visit.
Speaking of, well, I don't suppose there'd be any in there yet, would there? I'll just
remove that and get to the exclamation point.
I thought that sound meant armor had broken, then I was like, what?
Ah! Maybe I need to start drinking again.
Sorry.
Alright, it's alright. Templar business, honest. I'm in the business of destroying Templar business.
I mean, it is business pertaining to Templars.
Yes. Oh.
Siga! Siga! This is gunpowder, not millet! I got it!
Oh, that's helpful. We now know where the gunpowder is. Oh, good. We can't go back up there.
The weapons taken from the Ottomans have been locked away, infiltrate the weapons depot, and destroy the gunpowder.
Okay. Yeah. Secret door, that's totally not a secret door.
That
Would be
doesn't...
really irritating when it turns out it isn't a secret door.
It doesn't look like it could possibly be anything else.
Okay, now across the rope. Now, any mistimed jump is death.
Do I have parachutes?
Yes.
And they haven't mysteriously disappeared.
No. You still have a dozen parachutes.
Because this is one situation...
On the gunpowder.
Find the incendiary explosive.
It's the blue bit on the thing.
I'm gonna knife these. Ah.
You're probably going to want to heal. I mean, still impressively done. You just want to be sure when it comes to healing after that.
Yeah. Okay, well I recovered the 2 medicines I used to heal.
You are dead. Maybe. You are. You're dead. You're dead. Yeah. He just went on a rampage that would make Kratos proud. It looks like it's there. Or at least there's a chest there. Oh yeah, that's an incendiary device.
Oh, he's lucky enough to still have his life.
Yeah, that was the guy you
knocked out
from the dead. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're climbing up that way.
No.
Perhaps the wooden climbable work that was just to the side might have also been an option.
You earned this.
Perhaps a less violent option.
Could be our man.
But when has that ever stopped us? Younger Kratos proud, not necessarily modern Kratos.
Yeah. He'd call him out and say that was unnecessary. Needlessly brutal.
Yes, forwards. For what? To death and glory and of the sick. Why are there more of you?
The knife is kind of broken for kill chains, unless one of them happens to get a look.
There isn't.
Yeah.
Okay. And now down. That looks like an obscene amount of gunpowder, doesn't it?
Yep.
Oh, that is no way are you surviving that if it's blowing the roof off.
Not from that proximity. You should have just pegged it away.
Sabotage, Manuel. You need to take cover.
Get out of my way.
Manuel.
Citizens, soldiers, compose yourselves. Do not give in to fear. We are the true shepherds of Constantinopolis. We are the lords of this land. We are Byzantines. Horayo, stand fast. Do not let anyone break your... Oh, Skata. Stop that man! Cut it down!
I love the juxtaposition there.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Spotting him is just like, oh shit.
Do not let anyone break your... Oh, God!
Oh, God, there's an assassin!
No time for you! A priority target is in the vicinity.
Priority target, it's just round this bend.
Oh,
no!
Saved by a cutscene.
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown here.
I will think about it. With great pride.
Because you're forcing me to kill these guys.
Oh, it switched me to the sword.
Yeah, cutscenes, they do tend to do that.
Knife. Oh, he was about to surrender. But,
yeah. Wiggly. Wiggly. Catchy. Monkey.
No, go, swing.
You might want a gun.
Oh, I don't have one equipped. Oh, I just noticed and then it...
I'm guessing you don't need one.
You take advantage of our poor and displaced people, using us to further your own vain quest.
Oh, hi there,
But
Kettle.
we
Name's
fight
Pot.
for
Have we met?
dignity, assassin. We fight to restore peace to this troubled land.
Templars are always quick to talk of peace, but very slow to concede power.
Because power begets peace, Flaka. It cannot happen in reverse. These people would drown without a firm hand to lift them up and keep them in line.
There he is. The monster I came to kill.
Go! That's just the reward you deserve.
Oh!
That did not take a lot.
I expected more.
I should have been Constantine's successor. He had so many plans.
Your dream dies with you, Manuel. Your empire is gone.
Ah. But I am not the only one with this vision, assassin. The dream of our order is universal. Ottoman, Byzantine. These are only labels. Costumes and facades. Beneath these trappings, all Templars are part of the same family.
Enough prattling. I am here for the Masyav key.
Then take it. Take it. Seek your fortune. See if you get within 100 leagues of that library before one of us finishes you off.
Well, I've already been a lot closer than 100 leagues to it.
Yep.
Poor Manuel, last of the Palermo. I should not have put him in charge of our Masyaf expedition. He was an arrogant man. Impossible to keep in line.
Oh.
Disappoint me, Ahmed. Why the Templars?
Because I am tired of all of these pointless blood feuds that pit father against son, brother against brother. To achieve true peace, mankind must think and move as one body, with one mastermind. The secrets in the Grand Temple will give us just that. And Altair will lead us there.
Delusions.
Altair's secrets are not for you. I am not interested in arguing, Ezio. I am here for the Masyaf keys. Keys? Are there more than this one? So I have heard. Perhaps I should ask someone who knows better. Sofia Sarto. Is that her name?
She knows nothing. Leave her be.
We shall see.
Well, you just signed your...
I know you'll try.
Well, you just signed your own death warrant, mate.
This very much feels like you should have just shot him. I mean, he signed his own death warrant twice in that scene.
Yep.
Once by admitting to being a Templar, and the other by threatening her. Oh, right in the big tongue.
Yep. Oh.
Because we know from all fighting games, it's the source of all power.
Go for the one directly behind you, usually, because they'll be the one to attack. What part of, having seen any part of this game so far, made you think it was a good idea to betray Ezio Auditore?
Well, he was never particularly on the side of Ezio Auditore, unlike his nephew. Why's the gate open? Oh, yes. Perhaps I'm blowing up
crates of gunpowder.
Confined space. Not my best idea.
Oh well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Ezio, your old Solomon story, Ezio.
Oh, you're losing health due to the action, so they'll leave this part out of the official assassination.
They'll leave this part out of the history books, I reckon. Is it this way?
Yep. By the looks of it, you're just running slightly to the side.
There we are.
Yes. Oh good, more running. Towards what is hopefully fresh air. Or a large amount of water to dump on this problem.
I don't think Ezio's story has another stream in it.
No, the last two chapters only have, last two sequences only have 3 quests each. And this is quest 6 to 7 and the 7th one. So there's only 7 missions left, roughly. You can all die now. I'm leaving. Templars, one and all. Oh, bother, I dropped the key. Oh, that's another flashback sequence.
Ah, I think this is the last one.
Nicola Polo. Our time together was brief, I know. But I have faith this codex will answer the many questions you have yet to ask.
Altair, this gift is invaluable. Grazie.
So, where will you go next?
Back to Constantinople for a time. We will establish a guild there before returning to Venezia.
Your son Marco will be eager to hear his father's wild stories.
He is a little young for such tales, but one day soon, see?
Father, a vanguard of Mongols has broken through. The village is overrun.
Niccolo, your cargo and provisions are waiting for you by the village gates. We will escort you there.
Thank you, Mentor.
Ready the catapults and watch for my signal. Stay close.
Oh, you gotta get the polos. They evolved. We've got Mongols to deal with.
Okay. Oh, to safety, that would be within the fortress, wouldn't it?
No, it's to the yellow dot. Ah, but you have the wonderful prompt of square, use apple.
Over here!
And it
Oh
doesn't,
wow!
All right, this
Phantom
way.
Assassins.
and it doesn't appear to lose you health.
Unlike it was with the other. But then again, Altair has now had the best part of 60 years to learn how to use it, as opposed to Ezio's 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's not going to be that, is it?
No, you can't parkour, you've just got to walk. Remember, there's a ramp down to there.
In my youth, I used to be able to jump down there. Let's see what... Oh.
In the days of my youth, I couldn't use this apple.
Let's go.
But
This
I
way.
could defeat the man who was using it.
They've gained the advantage.
Did I just summon spectral assassins?
Yes, it's what you've been doing every time you activate it.
Huh.
Stay close.
How are you, the infirmed 80-year-old, still faster than these two?
Let's move.
Spectral hordes come forth!
I am one, but we are many. As Talion walks back into Minas Morgul.
Yeah.
You got props for Ray. This is Minas Morgul.
Give me a moment. The end of an era. When I was very young, I was foolish enough to believe that our creed would bring an end to all these conflicts. If only I possessed the humility to say to myself, I have seen enough for one life. I have done my part. Then again, there is no greater glory than fighting to find the truth.
We are ready.
A last favor, Niccolo. Take these with you and guard them well. Hide them if you must.
Artifacts?
Of a kind. They are keys. Each one imbued with a message.
A message for whom?
I wish I knew.
That felt like it could have been a cutscene.
Yeah. Old boss, new boss.
Forgive the haste of my handwriting, Claudia. Much has transpired, and little of it good. I am on a ship bound for Constantinople, in pursuit of a man whose treachery has eluded me until now. Prince Ahmed, Suleiman's uncle, is the man leading Templars here. He is the mastermind behind the Masyaf expedition, and he will stop at nothing to retrieve the keys, all of which are now in assassin hands. So what holds me back? Why do I not take the keys to Masyaf myself and be done with these fools? Because I have been careless. Because the Templars know about Sophia, and they're looking for her. Oh, Claudia, if anything should happen to her, I could not live with myself. I have dragged her into a war she knows nothing about. And it will be my burden to bear if she comes to any harm.
Cracky Quill writing over what he's just written. It drops down.
Citizens of the Empire and travelers from foreign lands take heed. By order of the Janissaries, new restrictions apply to all who travel to and from the city. Note that a reward of 10,000 akçe will be given without question to anyone who brings in information that leads to the immediate arrest of the suikastçı. Ezio Auditore.
I am right here. 10,000 in pittance. I have nearly 3 times as much in the bank. Twice as much on me currently.
Do not be taken in by malicious
Oh, we have quite a bit in the bank vault.
Yeah.
But we can hold more.
Yeah.
If only Aunt Funda could see this.
We have pressing matters to attend to.
Yes. Beautiful Italian women are in danger.
And then we will have matters of pressing to attend to.
Oh, that's certainly not what I'm inside. Never mind. I don't want to know.
That bank seems blanked out. Do we own it? Oh.
Because of the level we were on. They black out for
Well,
a
since
lot higher than that.
I mean, I know we're on an urgent mission, but since we're here...
We must withdraw our money and then visit the blacksmith and the tailors. Because we must make sure we have all the equipment we can possibly need.
Yeah. There's a poor assassin that would go into a fight unprepared.
And not looking his best.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to see if try one of the other outfits for the end of it?
Yeah, why not?
Because ostensibly we are meant to be in disguise.
There it was.
There's Turkish assassin's armor. Tier's robe.
Well, let's remove it and see what he looks like.
Yeah. I think we just left it on.
Oh. Oh wait, no,
no.
no.
Big enough? Yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, we've got the traditional robes we've got the robes that he wears in the trailer.
Yeah.
And the armor we've bought. That's a fair look.
You know you want to.
He looks a bit
Of course,
like...
we decided to go to this after we've reached the point at which we would be looking at sort of like, what does Altair is? We need to tell the difference between Ezio and Altair.
Yeah.
Why
Although,
would carry on like that?
from behind he looks a bit like War from Darksiders, with all that, like... I never played through those games. Perhaps one day I will.
My friend Simon's playing through them, played through Darksiders between Elden Ring and Ragnarok. It was only about 4 days.
Huh. Oh.
It's a grim way to leave a message. Oh. Yeah, that's not good.
Earned your rest, brother. Requiescat in pace.
Alright, a lot of people are about to die.
These are assassins. Yes, a lot more people are attacked.
Sisters, the whole city rises against us, while Yusuf's murderer waits and watches from the arsenal, laughing. Fight with me, and show him what it means to cross the assassins.
Fight with me, because I am angry and have messed up again.
Should have shot him when the moment you knew he was a Templar.
Possibly just shot him because you liked his nephew better and he would make a better ruler.
Find and kill Ahmed.
Stop him!
Oh. It was all in the name of bloodshed, so I forgive you.
Don't forget to heal.
It was all in the name of killing fascists.
Yeah, by the looks of it, your arrow storm regenerates about every 5 seconds.
Oh, that will make things easier.
Yeah, it's regenerated already.
You remember yesterday?
Actually, it doesn't look like it actually goes on to cooldown.
No!
You suppose the next Sultan would be an easy kid? You have been a thorn
You
in my side
have
long
pissed
enough,
me off.
son. You double
You
it
can
in
die
game.
now.
But the
I'm gonna
beast
kill you myself.
Where is she?
Such fury.
Where is she?
If you think you are in a position to negotiate, kill me and be done with it.
I can
I
make
am
you
sorry
wish I
it had
would.
to come to this. Two men who should be friends, quarreling over the keys to a library. We both strive for the same end, Ezio. Only our methods differ. Do you not see that? Peace, stability, a world where men live without fear. People desire the truth, yes. But even when they have it, they refuse to look. How do we fight this kind of ignorance?
Liberty can be messy, Ahmed, but it is priceless.
Of course. And when things fall apart, and the lights of civilization dim, Ezio Auditore can stand above the darkness and say proudly, I stayed true to my creed. I will open that library, and I will find the Grand Temple. And with the power that is hidden there, I will destroy the superstitions that keep men divided.
Not in this life, Ahmed.
Bring the seals to Galata Tower when you are ready. Do this, and Sophia will be spared.
I'll bring them there and then I'll
My
kill
brother's
you.
army will be here soon, Ezio. After that, everything changes.
Does he seriously think there's any number of mooks he
How long
can
have you
throw
been
at
here?
him?
Long enough. I had Ahmed killed as soon as he returned. But I never expected to hear all this.
And what do you think?
He is a sincere man. But this Templar fantasy of his is dangerous. It flies in the face of reality. The world is a tapestry of many colors and patterns. A just leader would celebrate this, not seek to unravel it.
He fears the disorder that comes from difference.
That is why we make laws to live by. A qanun that applies to all in equal measure.
No politics here in a
Stand back!
Ubisoft game.
Hold, soldier!
Yeah, no politics
This man is not our
whatsoever.
enemy.
What a challenge it would be to have a son like you.
You are not dead yet, old friend. Ezio, spare my uncle if you can.
Would your father?
No.
Okay, best part of 1,000 meters away, so
Yeah.
fast travel points.
Okay, the nearest one appears to be here. Whereas the one to... What?
And where is the exclamation mark?
It would be right near the...
By the den.
Right by the den. Okay.
There's the den, by the looks of it.
Yeah. Sorry. Wait. Oh. Wrong button. Okay. We're close enough to the end that I at least want to get to the end.
To the right.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I'm very bad at spotting specific things among many things.
All very similar specific things.
Yeah.
You can also kill a noble on your way.
It's always worth doing.
And also, there's a tailor nearby as well.
Ah, very good. How convenient.
Very convenient.
Ah, large medicine pouch.
Yes, we'll take that.
Large poison
Large
vial.
poison vial, yes.
Well, we'll take the knife belt upgrade first.
Yeah.
I mean, we can afford all of it, but you wouldn't want to
and
run
then
out of
there's
money
anything
before
hiding
you got
further down.
to the useful thing. Yep.
Here are parachutes.
Come again.
They didn't all mysteriously disappear this week, though, so there's that.
Yeah. You want to check the blacksmiths again, just in case?
Why
Not that I think there's anything there.
Well, we'll repair the armor. Nope.
Nothing new. Couple of bits we didn't have, or did you buy them last time?
No, I didn't. But it doesn't seem like. Oh.
Oh, okay. We might have only been able to buy them there.
Oh well.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
I mean, we tried to finish the story.
And with it, hopefully, shall we watch Embers after the game?
We'll see what time it is.
Yeah. And then we will cap off the story of Ezio.
Ezio Auditore de Firenze.
And we just need to go to the den.
Yes.
Sophia's shop. What? No.
Hideout, I believe it would be.
Oh, yeah. It looks less like an assassin and more like...
An armoured nutjob.
Yeah. What was your preferred aesthetic in God of War Ragnarok? Like, did you go for the shoulder pad type armor or the breastplate type armor?
Breastplates. Partially because it was freezing, it makes sense that you would have the thing that would have the warm padding underneath.
Yeah.
To me.
I normally went for shoulder pads when possible just because that looks more like Kratos to me.
It doesn't to me, but that's because I've done a lot of it in breastplates.
Because like, Kratos never wore a shirt for the first 3 games.
Yes, he barely wore shoulder pads.
But
indeed, actually, the only thing he wore was the golden fleece and the loincloth.
But I did close things out in the dragon armor.
Yeah, once I had unlocked the dragon armor, that I used the transmog system on my armor to make everything look like the dragon armor.
Yeah.
And now I'm actually wearing the dragon armor after utilizing the fate armor as it looked in the base game. Any particular reason you're climbing up?
No. Force of habit.
Yes. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, I used the fate armor at the end of the game. There's like end of Ragnarok deals, so you get this one for free. And Ragnarok armor deals.
Yeah.
Mentor? Now should be a time for remembrance and mourning, I know. But our enemies do not permit us that luxury. Yusuf thought highly of you, assassin. And I find no reason to second-guess this judgment. Do you have it in your heart to lead these men and women, and to maintain the dignity of our order, as Yusuf did with such passion?
It would be an honor.
Bene, I am glad. Our enemy is close. Take positions around the tower, and wait for my command.
Try my compress of coriander and lemon. Ideal.
No, not him. That didn't go well. Yeah.
You!
Oh, this is...
Are dead.
Thought you were hot. Guess what? You're not.
Huh.
Was it?
Tell me what, but I swear I saw the flash of down. If you just look at ground level now. Oh, it's a chest. Sorry. There was a chest that was flashing and catching my eye, and it looked swinging like one of those. Okay, so we need to climb up the wall, really. Which is probably best if you just go back to where the assassin was and climb from there.
Yeah. Should I arrow storm them? Oh, well, let's go.
Where is she? I admire you, Ezio. But your bloodlust makes it hard to call you a friend.
Bloodlust. A strange insult from the man who ordered an attack on his own nephew.
He was to be kidnapped, Ezio, not killed.
I see. Kidnapped by the Byzantines, so that his uncle could rescue him and be heralded a hero.
More or less. Now, the keys. First, the girl. She's all yours.
Oh.
Sophia!
Tell your men to back off.
Indeed.
She's all yours.
Okay, so we get to kill him in Massayef, I'm going to say.
I mean, he didn't actually hand over the keys, though, did he?
And I have no idea.
I mean, that's
it's more likely that we're going to kill him in Massayef because he'll go there.
Yeah.
Because we know Ezio's going there.
Plenty of time to go.
Yeah, but you can just imagine what Ezio's heart rate is like at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is sort of best described as "Ah!"
I am too old for this.
Yes, and about 5,000 coffees on top of that.
Yeah.
You're gonna jump off the building with the getter with a parachute, aren't you? Oh.
Damn it!
You are not.
Teşekkürler efendim. Çok teşekkürler.
Oh, good. It's not even. Oh, yeah, that parachute time.
So the game does make you use them at least once.
Twice, when you learn about them and now. There are bullets coming towards me, but I am on my way, my love. I have no idea how to steer this thing. Somehow it is harder than Da Vinci's flying machine.
Are you hurt?
I mean, I should say so.
Not hurt, but very confused.
I did not mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
You're not responsible for the actions of other men.
All this will be over soon, but I need to recover what they have taken.
I do not understand what is happening. Ezio, who are these men?
Run!
Templars, and by the sounds of it, he did give them over.
Yep.
Oh good. Horse section.
He didn't check.
Yeah, but it's possibly far too likely.
Yeah. Ezio had no way of knowing he wouldn't.
Yeah.
And he had no time to make forgeries, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it seems very much like it's Altair barely had time to make them.
Well, well.
have come to see me off.
In a manner of speaking.
I have people to murder. Yeah. Ah, that's bad for the carriage.
Oh.
Sorry, horses. These segments are horrible, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ah, so you've got to be gathering strength for longer than your opponent to damage their carriage. And what you have is rather charitable to call a carriage.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you... I've not been able to spot how you tell how much strength you've gathered.
Yeah, there's no way to spot. You just got to swing wildly from left to right.
Of
Back.
course.
We're close. Keep steady.
Well, well. You have come to see me off.
Oh, I'll see you off alright, mate.
That's sounded both a threat and sexual at the same time.
Phrasing.
Got it on the rocks. That's good. Getting on the rocks is very good. But going on the rocks yourself is back. You're still the healthiest carriage.
Oh no! Ah, you...
Barely. Hey, checkpoint. Checkpoint's good.
Hold on! Hang on, Sophia!
Look out!
Come on!
Oh, that's not good. This is a bit Indiana Jones, isn't it?
This was a bit like the last game. Fly the parachute.
Ah. And now we're water skiing, but on land.
Are you hurt, Sophia?
I don't think so.
Hold on!
Obviously.
And the course of share play is about to switch.
Do you feel up to seeing the rest of the game for...
I will give it a try.
Do you want to tag in, or would you rather watch?
I'll give it a try tagging in, and then we shall see.
Soldiers, up ahead!
I see them.
Let's see if I can get to the end of this segment.
Yep. He's dead.
Before the share play gives out.
Yeah. He's dead. He's dead. Yeah, fair amount of doing that. Just watch out for the building.
Ow!
No, it doesn't seem to take
Oh,
your health, but...
he can apparently take medicine in midair on a parachute.
Sophia, you must be careful!
Oh, I know.
Must have stored some in his mouth just in case.
Heal yourself, Sophia! More soldiers!
Ow. Okay, assassination time. I did think we actually made sure we had a parachute.
Yeah. Ow. Oh. Throw what?
Imagining a rock of some sort.
Faster!
Or possibly yourself, throwing yourself forwards. Ah! They have guns, Sophia! And I am still on the parachute here.
I think I'm getting the hang of this hang gliding. Did Ezio invent hang gliding?
Out of the road!
I'd say he's already done it when he was doing Leonardo's flying machine. Ow.
Yeah. Oh.
Ow.
Ah, God.
Ow. You were saying about getting the hang of it?
My words taste bitter. Oh. God.
My words taste bitterer.
Please move!
Move! Move!
Ah, God. Ezio, could you possibly try not to hit every single wall?
Ezio has a Ezio has a genuine gripe about women drivers that we can't really blame him for. But to be fair, this is an unprecedented situation. Ah! That was fun. How far is this blooming mission? Checkpoint reached, that's a nice feeling.
Oh, good lord.
Ow.
Oh, that's
Hey,
what throw does.
That makes things easier. You stabbed him right through his helmet.
Yeah.
Also, you completed the optional objective of killing 20 of them.
Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna have to tag out now. You ready?
Hang on.
Ezio, look!
Sideways, woman! Okay.
Go, Ezio, I'm fine!
He did have the bow to see it, so he did have the advantage.
And I think I'll stop the cutscene there and...
Is that where you paused it?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We have 10 seconds left.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay. In your tag then.
Okay. I'm coming back in, but I'm not back in yet.
Okay.
Yes, a lot of people are going to be looking. What on earth is this tagging going on?
Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, fight Ahmed. Hold R2 to defend.
Is this a case of
fight, attack?
I am pressing the button, but it is.
Why? Wait, hang on. Why am I still in control? I shouldn't be.
Are you?
Yeah. It says you definitely tagged in, yeah?
Yes, but it might be working as a cutscene.
Ah.
Oh, I'm moving him here.
Yeah.
Okay, I moved that.
Okay. Okay, now it seems to work. Apparently the actual tagging didn't take and you needed to load in again.
Got you! I have 4 parachutes!
Get off, get your own!
Get your own parachute! That felt very God of War, that fight, actually.
Yeah.
Again.
So what now, Ezio? How does this end?
I am wondering that myself.
Hold!
Soldiers! Selim is not your master! You serve the Sultan! You carry out his command alone! Where is he? Where is the Sultan?
He stands before you, brother. Father made his choice. Selim!
Apparently, Assassin's Creed Embers is 21 minutes long.
We kept our promise. We didn't kill him.
Yeah?
Father did.
So, you are the assassin. Ezio Auditore. I am Selim, Suleiman's father. He speaks quite highly of you.
He also said his
He's
father
a
wouldn't.
remarkable boy with a magnificent mind.
Were it not for his endorsement, I would have you killed where you stand. Leave this place. Do not return.
You did the right thing, Ezio. This is not your fight.
But where does one end and the next begin?
That was... The sound was out of sync for that sword sheathing. Is the sound in sync for everything else? Because now I'm wondering. It seems to be.
Ah, the world, it collapses.
Priorities trophy, yeah.
Bill, good to see you. Listen, we've got a customs officer waiting to talk to everyone.
I hope you have something for us.
Absolutely. Passports and papers for everyone.
Ah, brilliant. So I'm what? A neurosurgeon now, am I?
You're a medical team from SUNY Upstate. Just back from Rome with your patient. Experimental gene therapy.
Good work. Let's get this over with.
Wait, look! This is crazy!
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but Desmond's brain is lighting up like a string of firecrackers.
That's always a line you want to hear. Your brain's lighting up like a string of firecrackers. There's going to be a puzzle section, isn't there? There's always a puzzle section at the end of these.
Here it comes! What is that? What's going on? This is the end, Desmond. Scheduled for deletion. What are you doing? What is a man but the sum of his memories? We are the stories we live, the tales we tell ourselves. Don't do this. I'm saving you, idiot! Go! Go!
Okay, we don't fist fight him for control of the body. Jump through the glowing portal, you idiot!
I write these lines with a steady hand and a light heart. We are in Acre now, Sofia and I, with the 5 Masyaf keys in our possession, and all the time in the world. Sofia is a seasoned traveler, and a fine companion to have so far from home.
Yeah, this is the ending.
Tomorrow we will make our way to Masyaf, and once there, into Altair's library, to fulfill our father's forgotten dream. Forgive the shortness of this letter, dear sister, for it is late, and we are tired. Perhaps, with luck, the next words you hear from me will be in person. Con affetto, Ezio.
So yeah, has managed to survive remarkably well.
Yeah.
Such a climb. È così bello qui. This is where your order began?
It Began thousands of years ago, but here it was reborn.
By the man you mentioned, Altair?
Technically, it
Altair
began in
ibn
Egypt.
Ahad. He built us up and set us free. He saw the folly of keeping a castle like this. It had become a symbol of arrogance and a beacon for all our enemies.
And the mandate for menacing hoods? Was that his idea as well? You mentioned a creed before. What is it?
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
That is rather cynical.
It would be if it were doctrine, but it is merely an observation of the nature of reality. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions, and that we must live with their consequences, whether glorious or tragic.
Do you regret your decision to live as an assassin for so long?
I do not remember making that decision. This life, it chose me.
The books in that section of the library are rather in that area are rather intact, given they've probably been sitting there 300 years.
Yeah.
For 3 decades, I have served the memory of my father and my brothers.
They should be dust by now.
And fought for those who have suffered the pain of injustice. I do not regret those years, but it is time to live for myself and let them go. Let go of all of this.
Then let go. You will not fall far.
He didn't choose the thug life.
The end of the road.
What do you hope to find behind that door?
What the? This is a restricted scene,
Knowledge,
apparently.
above all else.
What? You can't even do this?
Altair was a profound man and a prolific writer. He built this place as a repository for all his wisdom.
Triangle sense.
He saw many things in his life and learned many secrets, both troubling and strange.
The lines.
Knowledge that would drive lesser men to despair.
So you want 4 joints on
Does that
one?
worry you?
Yeah. That would be...
Sophia,
there.
You should know by now that I am not a lesser
other
man.
way round. So upside down.
Ezio.
3 joint. That looks like it's at the top of that one you just did. No, other top. Where there's 3 bits.
Ah.
Yeah.
Draw a dick. I don't think we have the ability to do that, so... You missed a Bond reference, by the way. One of the missions was called The Spy Who Shunned Me. Oh, that's...
I think all on that one, but...
Brilliant. There we go.
Okay, so they're all on the same one.
I'm
That
going to
seems
sleep now.
correct.
Well, we're near the end.
Yeah.
I plan to.
Explore Altair's library. Oh, right, you're back in control, okay. It's weird that they didn't let you do the puzzle.
Yeah. Okay. There's a torch. And are there more torches? I feel like there's torches. Oh good, I'm not even entirely in control here. Leading me to torches.
Why not just make this a cutscene then? Like, if you're not in control.
No books. No wisdom. Just you, fratello mio.
technically Altair and Ezio are in the same room.
Yes. And brother doesn't seem the right friend.
No.
Grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather.
It seems like he's been resting in peace for a while now.
No, 3 centuries, give or take.
You have seen to my books.
Yes. Some we sent with the Polos. The rest will go with me to Alexandria.
Good. Very good.
Father, I do not understand. Why did you build a library if you did not intend to keep your books?
You should go. When the Mongols return, Masyaf must be empty.
I see. This is not a library at all. It is a vault.
It must stay hidden, Darim. Far from eager hands. At least until it has passed on the secret it contains.
What secret?
Go, son. Go be with your family. And live well.
All that is good in me began with you, Father.
In much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow.
What does it tell you? What do you see?
You just lit those torches.
But now I'm Altair.
Of ones who came before, of their rise and their fall.
But what happens to us out
That
there? To our
cap
family?
is
What
not
does he
good
have
in.
to
There's
say?
not big enough to put out those flames.
Who were the ones who came before? What brought them here? How long ago?
Is that a buy this thing plaque?
I believe it says how we hide the Apple of Eden.
Oh right, it looked like a sign of something you could buy there. From a distance.
If you are asked, say I sent the apple away. Tell them I sent it to Cyprus or Cipango or that I dropped it into the sea. Tell them anything to keep men away from this place. This apple must not be found. Not until the time is right.
Sit a moment and rest.
Famous last words there.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even get to press the button sit or hide the apple. At least he chose a comfy chair.
Yes. Fetch the comfy chair.
Actually, he just looks like he put a rug on it.
You will stay in the comfy chair until lunchtime with only a cup of coffee at 11.
Okay.
Well, you just saw where he hid it.
Find the Apple of Eden. Well, this seems hard.
Another artifact. No. You will stay here. I have seen enough for one life. Desmond?
He's talking to me?
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now it lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me. But I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last, I discover a strange truth. But I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we, who have been so blessed, to share our stories like this? Speak across centuries. Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen.
Do you hear me, Cypher? Can you see me? Ah, there you are. Good. A strange place, this nexus of time. I am not used to the calculations. That has always been Minerva's domain. I see you still have many questions. Who were we? What became of us?
I assume that's
What do we
Jupiter.
desire of you? You will have your answers. Only listen, and I will tell you how. Both before the end and after, we sought to save the world. We built vaults within which to work, each dedicated to a different method of salvation. They were placed underground to avoid the war which raged above, and also as a precaution should we fail in our efforts. Each vault's knowledge was transmitted to a single place. It was our duty, mine, Minerva's, and Juno's, to sort and sample all that was collected. We chose those solutions which held the most promise, and devoted ourselves to testing their merits. 6 we tried in succession, each more encouraging than the last, but none worked. And then the world ended.
And then the world ended.
At least for us. Fire Nation.
Yep. And then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. The wanker.
The earth shook for days, the fires burned for weeks, and when the ash had settled, less than 10,000 of your kind still lived, and far fewer of ours. But we carried on, together, to rebuild, to renew. Listen, you must go there, to the place where we labored and lost. Take my words. Pass them from your head into your hands. That is how you will open the way. But be warned, much still remains in flux, and I do not know how things will end, either in my time or yours.
Wait, look, his vitals are stabilizing. Something's happening. He's moving.
Desmond, can you hear me? Son?
I know what we need to do.
Who's that? I feel like I didn't know who that is.
Meant to be his father, ostensibly. Beyond that, no idea.
Revelation.
Like actor, etc., etc.
Let me try and figure that. Ah.
Okay.
Okay, looks like that's it. Have you got an extra 20 minutes in you for Embers after this, just to see off Ezio's story?
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Not playing bad. Okay, we can't actually skip that by the looks of it.
Well then, while the credits roll, what did you think of Assassin's Creed? Sorry?
You press that and hit the quit option.
Oh, do you want me to hit quit?
Yeah, because I think that'll just take us out to the credits. We're not really Yes. So here we are. It's Desmond Belvedere Tutu.
What happens if you load the... I mean, having come out of the credits, like, oh, it just...
Back into the credits.
Ah. Okay. Well,
It's enjoyable. The
presumably...
technical limitations was annoying.
Yeah. Presumably, after the credits, it would just take you back to Constantinople as Ezio. It's
Most
what
likely, yes.
normally happens. What is the Lost Archive?
I think that's just some data stuff. Well, what I can tell you is that part of it is blocked from screen share. Because it just... Oh, it's a replay method thing. Or just sort of like challenges.
Alright, never mind then.
By the looks of it.
I'm not really... No, I just... Okay, quit.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, the story, what did you make of it?
It was interesting. It felt like they would try to do the bit of exposition for the sort of like main world.
Yeah.
Like the modern day story that they felt they needed to put in before 3. Having last knocked him out, switching him into a different ancestor would not do them any favours, I think.
Yeah. And with that, we finished the Ezio trilogy.
Yeah.
And after that, the 4th game in the series, next week will be Assassin's Creed 3.
Yes, the 5th game in the series.
Yes.
Because these were named by Yoda.
Slash George Lucas, either or.
Yes. Yes, let's give Embers a try, shall we?
Yeah, let's see off our old friend Ezio, who I am going to miss. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, charismatic assassin that he is.
According to Google, it's 21 minutes long.
Yeah. Now it's animated instead of acted like the first one.
Interesting art style.
Yes, probably limited by the hardware it was initially released on.
Yeah. But not... I mean, I would have thought if it were animated it would be in-engine. But,
True, but that's slightly creepy at times.
I suppose. Oh. That's, looking a little more high fidelity.
Yeah.
And there's Ezio, I presume.
Yeah. Actually, it looks slightly like the Clone Wars.
Yeah, it does a bit.
I am taking Marcello into town.
To see Machiavelli's play.
Ezio, his play closed 3 weeks ago.
I missed it.
We are visiting your sister. Keep an eye on Flavia, okay?
See, of course.
We will be back soon. Ciao, amore mio.
A più tardi. Be safe.
It didn't even give us the option to engage subtitles.
I'm old and I've got a hoodie now.
Yeah.
And growing wine.
Flavia, tesoro. Stay where I can see you.
He's retired to a vineyard.
Yes. Probably still armed to the teeth, even though he's left his hidden blade and his sword behind.
Leave her alone!
I'll say, yeah, take over the cricket, the last day after capturing over 80.
Lei gentile, papà.
Go inside, Flavia.
I do not know what else to say. I'm sorry. I do not want any part of this.
I want to understand.
Understand what?
How to lead, to rebuild my order.
No, for me that is over. Benito, now I think you should go.
Ezio, she has come a long way. Xiao Yun, did I say that right? Would you stay for supper?
Grazie.
Good. We have a spare bedroom. You're welcome to stay a few nights.
Oh, ready to storm out of there, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I can understand why.
Apparently, she hasn't aged a day since marrying Ezio.
Are you okay?
Either that or the age gap was more than we
I
anticipated.
cannot seem to leave my past behind me. I started this act of my life so late, Sophia. I knew I would not have enough time to do everything. Now I worry I do not have enough time to do anything.
Yun! Xiao Yun! Get out!
The wind! It opens the door!
Fuori!
He is not happy.
He's a lot bigger than it looks at first.
Yeah.
Doibutsi. I was wrong.
See, I think you need to go.
My name is Ezio Auditore. When I was a young man, I had liberty, but I did not see it. I had time, but I did not know it. And I had love, but I did not feel it. It would be 30 long years before I understood the meaning of all three. I want to understand, like you do, to help my people.
I was an assassin for a long time, Yun. And I know that at any moment, someone could come for me. Or my family. Do you see? This is why I must be careful. I usually hire people to help me with vendange, the grape harvest. But... Indra, let us get something to eat.
Not at all conspicuous.
I will be lucky if these last 3 seasons. This way. I want to show you something. It is nice, no? Piena di vita. Half my family was murdered in this piazza, right there, 45 years ago. But now, see it like this,
It's
full of
65.
life. I cannot help but feel content and satisfied that so much pain has faded away. The life of an assassin is pain, Yun. You suffer it, you inflict it, you watch it happen, with the hope that you can help it disappear in time. A terrible irony. Yeah. But there you go. All right. Time to drag this old man back to his villa.
There'll be a sneaky Templar about somewhere.
Yeah. Ezio would have won the fight by now. Sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yun! Andiamo! Hurry!
It was my mentor's wish to meet you. We left China together, in secret, but these men... They caught him in Venezia.
Who are they?
Servants of the Emperor Jia Jing. I was born a concubine, but my mentor freed me when I was young. We returned later to save more girls, but they were... The Emperor is a cruel man. He prefers Ling Qi to beheading.
Ling Qi?
Slow process. Many thousand cuts. Then dead.
Pack some bags. You must stay at Machiavelli's tonight.
What happened?
A misunderstanding.
Give me just a moment.
When I fought the Borgia, revenge drove me forward. And my first impulse was to aim for the head. In time, however, I learned that those who inspire fear have more devoted followers than those who preach love. Killing Rodrigo and Cesare would have accomplished nothing without some equal measure of fraternity. So I spent many years teaching men and women to think and act for themselves. First in Roma, then Constantinople. Love binds our order together. Love of people, of cultures, of the world. Fight to preserve that which inspires hope, and you will win back your people.
It will take a long time. Long time.
If you do it right, see, get some rest.
More annoyed than alarmed.
Yeah, but he's had the alarmed phase of it. Back when he lost the armor of Altair.
Carrying a blunderbuss. Oh no, that's not a blunderbuss, is it? The blunderbuss has the funnel thing.
definitely a hitman kill. Yeah, that's his dad. Oh, that's brutal. Probably had these escape routes worked out for years. Oh, good. It looks like he goes sword and dagger with each time.
It is a long way home, no?
Much to see along the way. Thank you, Mentor.
Here. This may be of use one day. No. Only if you lose your way. You should go.
That's not the apple, is it? No, it's too small. What, wait, no, of course not. He didn't take the apple with him. He left it in the water.
His first apple a long time ago, and then the second apple, well, he left behind. Indeed, he hid the first one in the Colosseum.
We will be back just after dark. You should have stayed home.
I am home.
We will be right over here.
Al diavolo! I hate this damn city. I wish I was in Rome. I hear the women there are, like ripe Sangiovese on the vine, you know? Not like here, Firenze.
I don't think Firenze is your problem.
Prego? Coraggio, vecchio. Get some rest, huh?
When I was a young man, I had liberty, but I did not see it. I had time, but I did not know it. And I had love, but I did not feel it. Many decades would pass before I understood the meaning of all three. And now, in the twilight of my life, this understanding has passed into contentment. Love, liberty, and time, once so disposable, are the fuels that drive me forward. And love, most especially, mio caro. For you, our children, our brothers and sisters, and for the vast and wonderful world that gave us life and keeps us guessing. Endless affection, mia Sofia. Forever yours, Ezio Auditore.
Well, that was that then.
Yeah, a bit more of a peaceful ending.
Yeah. Oh, not as peaceful as it might have been.
Assassins, it'd be unusual that they get to die of old age, yet the two protagonists we've dealt with so far have both died of old age.
Yeah. A luxury that kind is rarely afforded, I dare say. That's a Kill Bill line. Though it was in response to dying in their sleep. Okay, so that was that then. We've seen off the story of Ezio. So, looking back on the whole thing, any final thoughts?
Not really. Nothing leaves me to mind other than he matured a hell of a lot very quickly and then sort of stayed the same for quite a while.
Yeah. Like, he reached an apex of maturity in his 30s and then retained it for the rest of his life.
Yes.
Which, I suppose, is pretty realistic.
Yes, maybe. Maybe not.
In BoJack Horseman, one of the characters speaks of an age of stagnation where you stop being challenged or learning and therefore stop maturing.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about that whole thing?
Well, it's certainly different. It's been enjoyable to play and to watch, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now we move on from a very charismatic assassin to Connor.
Yeah, who was, I mean, I didn't mind him, but, you know, he was no Ezio.
Yeah, he's renowned as not that charismatic.
Yeah. So, I guess that'll be it for us. Thanks for sticking around longer than we normally go.
Well,
yeah.
Managed to survive this time.
Yeah. And we will see you next week for Assassin's Creed 3. Which I'm going to have to download, aren't I?
Yes. But in all fairness, you can take this off, so there is space.
Yeah. And I did just, I did delete Ragnarok, though I may reinstall it, because, I figured once you've 100%ed it, what's there to do?
Yes.
And
and grind every single Muspelheim challenge until you've upgraded every armor to 9.
Yeah, could do that. I might do that actually.
I mean, I've done a bit of it.
Yeah. Well, I 100%ed it the first time, so in a few months' time, when they implement New Game Plus, which I assume they will, I don't have to do it again.
Yeah. Except, of course, for certain bits where you go, the reward for that was good and will stack with itself.
Ah.
Like the permanent +5 bonus for the comforting meal.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that again, I think.
That's also one of the easier ones, I must admit.
Well, anyway, we'll see you next week for the start of Assassin's Creed 3. Thanks for joining us for the Ezio collection. It's kind of bittersweet to say goodbye to him now, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I do know that one of the games in Assassin's Creed Chronicles is set in China, though I don't know that you play as that character that we saw. Xiao Yun, I think the name was.
Yes.
Yeah.
We might. Who knows? Who knows?
But at any rate, we'll see you next week.
See you next week.